It's a Wednesday morning in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
33 degrees right now. Going to get up into the high 30s, maybe low 40s, depending on where you are. And again, it doesn't look like we're going to make it out of the 30s until next week. So, but it doesn't look like there's any snow.
No.
Look, there's a storm coming apparently.
It's on the coast, though, right?
South of us, yeah. Like I guess like
D.C.
Well, southern tier, Pennsylvania, it might get hammered. I don't know if it's going to make it up to the southern tier, but if you got plans to travel that way this weekend, be careful.
Yes.
All right, just real quick before we start the show. Like, the shacket is one thing. The double popped collar.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even.
What are you
I didn't
doing?
even notice.
What are you talking about?
What are you doing?
What are you talking about?
Okay, you can see what we're looking at right now on the Odyssey app, WCMF.com.
It's a standard workman outfit.
Are you a middle schooler in like 2005? Because that's what you look like.
Or are you a noir detective's assistant in 1930? You look like an idiot.
You say that every day.
Well,
No, but like-
I have to give him some props because the last time he wore that jacket, he wore it with khakis. That wasn't great.
No,
yeah, like,
he
I
looks
got to
like-
put those away for the winter.
Okay.
Why? Because Crocodile Dundee is out until
Yes.
spring? All right, so I have to be honest with you, too. I'm having a bit of an existential crisis this morning that I might need you to help talk me
What
through.
happened?
All right, so...
Wait, you just mocked me. I'm all ears.
oh, my butt. My Crocodile Dundee butt. You call that a brown eye? So, for those who don't know, my oldest, my 13-year-old, she plays travel hockey. She played hockey since she was like 4 or 5 years old. So, last night was the annual parent-daughter hockey game.
Okay.
And this year, no mom suited up, so it was the daddy-daughter game.
All right.
So we're playing last night. And this used to be like a fun bonding thing when they first started doing it when they were like 6, 7, 8 years old.
Yeah.
You get out there, right? They're falling all over each other. You know, you have fun, you're smiling. And as the years have gone on and the girls have gotten older and bigger and better, the competitive...
You shouldn't be out there anymore.
Okay.
Can I ask a creepy question?
Sure.
Oh, no.
I don't know how big 13-year-old girls are.
Okay, so we'll get to that.
It's a range, probably.
I'm sure, but I'm guessing they're bigger than when I was 13.
They're bigger than you are now.
Yeah, that's what I'm figuring, right?
Okay. Yeah. That
But just, people have evolved.
No, but that shouldn't
13-year-old
have...
girls are bigger now than they used to
Oh,
be.
you know they are.
Oh, no. He should have said it the way he wanted to. They don't make them like they did when I was a kid. So, like last night, it starts right when my daughter gets off the bus. Because I don't know where she got this from, but my oldest just runs her mouth all the time.
Yeah, that's strange.
And she's just talking junk and all that. And look, you know me. I ain't going to take that, right? So I'm just giving it to her. And if you're, like, don't build a house in front of a mason. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
If you're going to run your mouth.
I don't know how I would talk back to a 13-year-old girl.
You don't.
Crushing her.
Thank you.
Crushing her. Well, bro, I got a whole arsenal of stuff. First of all, I've been playing hockey my whole
All
life, right? Second of all, you know me. You know this tongue.
But I'm not free.
There are other
Well, my
children
mom
on the
does.
ice.
I've just,
Did you do a your mom joke?
I sure did. I ran the reverse. I would be afraid she starts crying.
Oh no! I mean, these girls are tough.
I'd be more afraid of like saying something so inappropriate it shocks other parents.
That too.
No,
that too.
I'm not. Well, first of all, it was just me and my daughter in the car while I was talking all this junk.
Oh, okay.
Second of all, no. I mean, bro, 13-year-old girls do not cry.
They used to when I was.
No, they eat.
They used to cry when I was 13, son.
Only when they looked at your face.
Yeah, take that. No, 13-year-old girls now will eat your soul. No exaggeration. Whether you're a 13-year-old boy or a 50-year-old man. All right, so the dads in the dressing room before this game, we understood what we were up against. And, like, there was a serious conversation about, like, how serious are we going to take this game? And we all decided we're going to play some hockey.
All right.
So we get out there, and we're flying, buddy. We're looking good.
Aren't you afraid you're
This
going to
seems
hurt
like
these kids?
such a recipe for disaster.
Yes.
Just not even meaning to hurt a kid.
Okay, these girls are good hockey players.
Or vice
Right,
versa. Yeah.
And there's a lot of Italian guys, so they're about the same height as some of these girls.
Okay.
Right,
Yeah, but they all can lift 320.
So here's the problem.
What?
The first 10 minutes, the dads who range in age from anywhere from like 35 all
To
the way
heart
up to
attacks.
60,
Right.
we're looking great.
All right.
First 10 minutes, we're flying out there. Hands look good.
Yeah.
Pucks are going where they got to go. We
Yeah,
take an early
what happened?
1-0 lead. Well, as the game starts to go on, the 13-year-olds, they start to turn the tide.
And they're also not running out of gas like your old ass is.
100%. And it's funny, every time we keep going back to the bench, because there's like 12 dads over on the bench. Like, you could see the mist from mouths coming out
Right,
further
right.
and heavier and
Puffing
thicker.
and puffing.
But look, so the girls tie the game up. It's 1-1, and it's getting a little dicey here. Like we can feel the tide turning. Something's got to happen. We pop another one. We're up 2-1. It's feeling good. That 3-1 lead, Tommy, would put us ahead, and game's over. You're not coming back on a 2-goal lead on the dads, okay?
All right.
All right. So I'm playing D. We catch the girls on a change. So I see it, and I take off, and I'm flying.
All right.
My defense partner feeds me this beautiful pass. It's right on the tip of my stick, hitting the blue line. I'm in all alone.
All right.
And I'm about to bury this puck. And as soon as I do, I already have my plan. I'm going to go down the bench and individually taunt each one of these 13-year-old girls.
Like a slap shot?
Exactly what I'm going to do, all right? So as I'm about to take this puck on my stick, and I'm moving, man, I'm moving, I see a flash of blue coming from my left.
Oh.
The girls are wearing blue jerseys.
All right.
And on my left, coming off the bench, because she sees me going, and she comes flying too, her name's Callie. Callie is 5'11".
Wait, she's a 13-year-old that's 5'11"?
Yeah, these girls, 5'11". She's tall.
That's a big man.
She's tall. She's a tall girl. And not only is she a tall girl,
She's fast.
She's fast and she's tough. She gets low and she hits hard. Like, I've watched this girl play hockey since she was like 7 years old, and she just lays kids out. So here's where the existential crisis shows up, all right? I see out of the corner of my eye this flash of blue, and I realize it's Callie. And instinctively, I stopped. I
Why?
pulled up because I knew Callie was going to put her shoulder right in my chest, and she was going to put me down. And I was also aware that Callie is such a good physical hockey player that she could put my 6'3", 200-pound ass on the ice. And I was pretty close to the boards, and I didn't feel like taking a board to the back of the head.
All right.
So I laid off, and then whatever happens, play dies, goes the other way, and I'm skating back to the bench. Here's the problem.
So she totally intimidated you.
100%. As I'm skating back to the bench, it's sinking into my head. As a 37-year-old, 6'3", 200-pound man who boxes and is missing teeth from playing hockey, I am physically scared of a 13-year-old girl.
Yeah.
And that's okay.
It's not okay.
It's okay.
No, it's not okay.
No, you're getting to that age
And
where it should be okay.
What does that mean?
You can get hurt on your own on the ice
Okay.
at this point in time.
Okay. I'm
You
not
don't
that old yet. I'm 37. Guys still play the NHL at 37.
Yeah, you're
No.
not that.
I understand. The point I'm
You're not
making...
training every day to be out on the ice.
No, the point I'm making is, like, if you can still have a career as a professional hockey player, and I'm not saying I am that
what you
guy.
did is a smart way to. It's a smart way to look at it.
No, but here's what's even more disturbing.
What's
Because,
that?
like, that was my first thought, Kimmy. But as I'm sitting on the bench and I'm having this existential crisis because I was intimidated physically by a 13-year-old girl,
yeah.
I realized, Kimmy, I didn't have that thought process. Because you're right. The logical thing is you are at a point where you can hurt yourself, so don't do that. I didn't have time to think that. My instinctual move was, this girl is tough, back off.
Yes.
It wasn't even like a logical, like, be smart. It was like, ah!
Yeah. All right. You got scared
I got scared.
by a
of
13-year-old
of
girl
third-
named Callie.
Callie. I was scared. I am scared. Physically afraid of a 13-year-old girl.
Yeah, that makes sense.
No, for you, yes. I get why.
And
this
obviously
does-
for you.
No.
You're me now.
Is it?
Put your shacket. Why don't you go put your shacket on and go sit on the bench?
Is it just because it was a girl? Like,
No.
would you be this upset if it was a 13-year-old boy that you moved out of the way
No.
for?
Because
How
like,
big's that kid? The girl's 5'11".
well, no, girls grow faster.
Yeah, they do.
And then they stop.
Oh, all right.
Right. So
Yeah, it's like if you're watching your daughter and her friends hang out, all the boys are probably like a foot shorter.
Really?
like fifth,
general.
yeah, fifth grade is the worst because it's tiny boys and tall girls,
Yeah.
and then the boys eventually fill out.
Okay.
You know, I don't know because it was just the fact that I know what kind of.
Is it
hockey player-
embarrassing?
Well, yes.
To your manhood.
Yes, it was.
To your mojo.
And
Your machismo.
I've been trying to find a way to justify in my head why this was okay since that happened last night. And in the 12 hours, I haven't come up with anything.
Yeah.
I'm at the
Well,
point.
there is no answer. I mean, you know the answer.
What's the answer?
Stay off the ice.
No,
Yeah.
no, I'm not staying
agree.
off it.
It's time.
It is. I don't
It's
know why in hockey y'all do this with your kids because it's not going to end well
What are you
for
talking
y'all.
about? Why? Because we want to enjoy spending quality time with our children?
But yeah, but your body's slowing down. You start running out of old man. It's typical for a guy. I could see it. These guys get out and they go balls to the walls for the first 10 minutes, right?
Yeah.
And then they don't realize they can't sustain this for an entire game. It's like watching those guys at the gym, like my brother that grabs every weight and he goes like jungle gym in there for 20 minutes, and then he's out of gas.
Yeah.
But he claims he worked out for 2 hours. And my sister-in-law goes, no, he walks around and talks for 2 hours and drinks water because he's tired.
No, please, man who hasn't stepped in a gym or done anything physical in his entire life, please explain to me how this works.
I know what I see.
You see nothing.
I'm like Howard Cosell. I never played the game.
You got a jacket that Cosell would be wearing.
I know.
Bro, if we put a Wide World of Sports patch on that jacket, you would look
I'm
like
Jim
Cosell.
McKay.
Shut up. Kimmy doesn't know who that is.
You don't know who Jim McKay is? Munich? Oh,
she doesn't know what happened in Munich.
You don't have it in Munich.
You want to give me a lesson?
No, not right now.
Watch the movie. It's really good. It's on Netflix.
Netflix is 252-WCMF 252-9263. Daddy-daughter game last night. Our daughters who play hockey are now really good at hockey. That was the other thing. They were surprisingly fast because I got blown by like once or twice.
But don't forget,
I mean,
you've
they're
been
getting to that
pouring
age.
money into these kids since
Yeah.
they were 5 with all this training and summer camps and off-season programs. Yeah, they're going to be good. It's like you're playing Ottawa.
My daughter took a run at her coach in the corner, too.
Well, who wouldn't want to do that to a coach, man?
But this guy, he's like my height.
Yeah.
He's a big dude.
Yeah.
Like, he turns around with an elbow like it's over. Kid, be smart. Like my daughter, like someday she's going to get her ass kicked. And it's not going to be good. And I can't do anything about it because, like, you did this to yourself.
All right.
You did this to yourself. You got to learn your lesson eventually. Kimmy, let me ask you, because you played sports growing up.
Yeah.
Your dad was a big part of that. He was there cheering you on.
Yeah,
and
he's big into it,
Did you guys ever do this against dads or
No.
parents? Never?
No, I think it's kind of a liability.
It seems like
Because
hockey's the
again,
only one
like
I've ever
if
seen
you
this happen.
accidentally hurt somebody else's kid, that is not going to be good for you.
And hockey, that could really happen, man.
Yeah.
Could it really happen?
Sticks, blades, a puck that's like cement.
Look, we're
Like
pros
there was
out there.
never anything
It's rubber,
like
vulcanized rubber.
sanctioned like that where it was like, okay, parent-kid game going on. No, I don't. I think like schools were afraid of that.
Well, this isn't a school thing. It's a club thing.
It's-
You
it's-
play through school.
This had to
no,
start
I mean,
like
even
in
like
Canada.
travel sports, like they never did anything like this.
Really?
No.
This had to start in Canada with hockey, like in these outback towns where they didn't have enough people to play, so the dads would step in, and then it kind of grew into something like that.
Thank you.
It
I
sounded like
definitely-
some Saskatchewan crap.
Definitely think it's more popular. I would guess with hockey than any other sport.
I don't know any other sports that doesn't.
No, to your point, I mean, every team that my daughter's ever played on, every team that I've ever seen, they always have a
They
parent
don't do it
kid
in
game.
Little League where the dads get out there and start blasting balls out of the
No.
park.
They don't? There's no, like, father, son,
I've
mother,
never seen
daughter,
it.
softball, baseball games or anything like that?
Like Little League, where
Yeah.
the dads would go out and play
Yeah.
with the kids.
Yeah.
But it's dads against the kids.
That doesn't happen?
I've
never seen it.
yeah.
I've had 2 nephews that play Little League. I never saw it.
Kimmy, I was telling Tommy about these videos on TikTok that have gotten popular, and I know you've seen them, where they dress the moms up in football stuff and
Yes.
they have them tackle their
Yeah.
pop order sons. That's pretty damn funny.
It is. It is.
Oh, that's not a problem.
Also, but
They're
it seems- no.
physically hitting their
It does
kids.
seem like a bad idea.
But
It
can
only
you
takes,
pop
like-
your mom?
Well, you stand
Well,
there and your mom gets to hit you.
yeah.
Oh, but you can't
it's
hit
not
your
like
mom.
it's not like a head-on
All
head
right.
collision. It's like they stand there waiting for the hit.
And it's funny because, like, some of the moms, like, they're naturals where they'll take off and just blast their sons. And, like, some of the moms start moving forward and then they, like, start to curve right and then, like, head plant into the ground.
Oh.
I highly recommend finding these videos. And
Yeah, but
watching.
they're probably like big-ass Southern moms.
My favorite
Some of
Neil
them.
Young song of others.
Southern mom, better lower your shoulder. You know what I'm talking about, man. You get out in the Midwest, there's
There were
some
some big moms on there.
bruiser-ass moms out there in Oklahoma.
Bruiser ass moms.
How do you think
in
they make them
Oklahoma.
big-ass boys? They got to carry them for 9 months.
252 WCMF, the parent-daughter hockey game for my daughter's team last night. They got good all of a sudden. We weren't going to lose. We won, by the way, 4-2. We walked
Thank
away
God.
with the victory. The Victory Donuts, which we skated around the ice like the Stanley Cup. But I realized playing last night, I was physically intimidated by a 13-year-old girl. Pulled off a play because I knew she was going to hit me and instinctually stopped playing, and I have not been able to reckon in my head what the hell happened. I used to be tough. I used to be cool.
You had a little ice shame.
I did. Let's talk to Ben. He's on CMF. Hey, Ben, what's going on, buddy?
Not much. How are you guys doing?
Good,
Oh,
good.
good.
What's
Good to
going
hear from you, buddy.
All right, so I was going to mention about those football clips with the moms, but when I was in high school, when we played softball, we had a co-ed softball league. Our parents would play with the teams too, because you'd have your homeschool family, both parents, and then like 6 kids. So we would have softball teams. But Yeah, it was actually kind of fun.
So Ben, like I've heard of some like low end school sports leagues, but no one has ever informed me that there's a homeschool parent-child softball league, co-ed softball league,
and it's all homeschoolers.
Who did you play against?
The Smiths.
It was like actually, yeah, that was one of the families. No,
bro, the Mormons run that league because they got enough to have two coming out of the bullpen.
Yeah.
So basically, we had a co-op of all the families around Rochester, and we would go down to Bullis Park in Madison, and we'd either during the fall we would play soccer, and then during the spring and summer we'd play softball.
So you were homeschooled your whole life?
No, I went to Wayne Central up until 7th grade, and then we were going to move to Stodus, and that school district sucked. And so,
yeah.
No, it does.
Sucks,
that
man.
School district sucks.
Bro, you don't get co-ed parent softball sodas, man. If Ben was going to get his co-ed parent college softball scholarship, he had to go the homeschool route.
Yeah.
Ben,
exactly.
There's nothing more we could say about your tongue that will top what you just told us. So
one other thing real quick. How many times do you have stories where you talk about the older dad who still thinks he's in his 20s and then gets hurt?
All right, that's kind of like every. Okay, all right. What? No, I'm not that old. I'm 37, man.
Old enough.
How old are you, Ben?
I'm going to be 40 this summer.
And you look every year of it.
Oh, I know.
Great to talk to you, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Have a good one, guys.
All right, there goes homeschool softball.
I didn't know they had a homeschool league.
I've never heard of that.
Neither had I.
Because I always thought homeschool kids could play.
They can.
At like whatever high school is close to them.
Maybe it's for their gym credit. Like I had a homeschool kid in my neighborhood who would like have to go to bowling 3 times a week, and that was like gym for them.
All right.
None of this matters. All right. We have a dynamite. You still got it, kid.
Okay.
Kind of break before I show for you here. It's Wednesday. You know what that means?
Oh, we got to get our hate on.
That's right. Hate mail of the week. Right before we went on vacation, we found the end of the most amazing story we've heard in a long time.
What's that?
Kid went missing. He was missing for weeks. And the way the story lined up,
didn't look good.
We thought he was dead.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll just come straight out and say it. Kid's not dead. Kid was found.
Yeah.
And it's a remarkable tale of just when you think everything's done, it's not.
Yeah.
Yet, not only did we get a letter from a gentleman who it seems is upset they found the kid alive.
Okay.
And I guess that's the only way, Kimmy, you could describe what this man wrote in this letter.
Yeah. Yeah, and I still don't understand like why he's coming at us with it.
Well, because we had said like
I guess.
we'll get into it. But he wasn't the only one that wrote us because we got Facebook messages along the same lines of what this guy wrote.
They were alarmed this kid lived.
We'll explain everything, and we'll do it just after 8 o'clock here. Hate Mail of the Week on the Break Room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
A jewelry store heist is something you think of like in movies.
Yeah, those smash and grabs they do or something.
Okay, you got that. You also got folks coming down on wires.
Oh, you talking about the high-end heist.
Yeah.
All right.
This doesn't seem like either of those things.
Well, where would that be?
Well, we have jewelry stores all over the greater
Rochester area. But they're like mom and pop joints.
This one is not a mom and pop.
Oh.
We'll tell you on the east side what jewelry store got popped, who was accused of it, and why this might have been the stupidest idea to try and make money in the history of mankind.
Wow.
And we'll get into it next in the Break Room on 96.5 WCMF. there's this stereotype that all criminals are stupid.
Yeah.
And that's an inappropriate stereotype because the criminals we hear about a lot of the times are stupid.
Well, they get pinched.
Well, that's just it. It's naive to believe that all criminals get caught.
Yeah.
So there are some smart criminals out there. Although I believe what this man tried to do, if the allegations are true, plays into the stupid criminal idea.
What kind of move do you do?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Just after 6:45, since the beginning of time, when you went to the mall, you had to reserve a little bit of time to stop in this store to look at these things because they were so cute and adorable. Yeah. Well, that time is over.
I thought they were already gone.
Yeah, so did I.
I haven't seen one in years.
I think there was one left fairly recently.
Oh.
But we'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. This story comes to us from the east side, Tommy. Police say that a homeless man stole more than $7,000 worth of jewelry on New Year's Eve.
Wait, a homeless dude?
You heard what I said.
7G.
You got it. Police say this happened at the Zales at Eastview Mall on Sunday.
So how'd he get in?
Well, the 23-year-old, it sounds like the store was open.
Oh.
Because they say the 23-year-old man took off from the store with the jewelry.
So he, grabbed it?
We'll get to that in a sec. They said there was a brief foot chase, and when police got to him, he had $7,228 in jewelry he did not pay for from the store on his person. He's been charged with grand larceny, and he has a court date upcoming. And there are a lot of questions here. The first one you just asked.
Homeless.
Well, okay, no, not that.
No, the other question.
How did he have this jewelry on him?
Right. Well, I figured you'd have to smash and grab, right?
But there's nothing about a smash and grab.
Because everything's always behind it, especially if it's $7,000 worth. Unless you went around the... But all those things have keys.
Yeah, I mean, the only way he would have gotten that jewelry, is if he asked to see it and ran.
But you're a homeless dude. Let me see that necklace I'm interested in. Yes, I've been sweating a lot. I've been outside working in the yard all day. You're a homeless guy. There's a few tells here, man.
Being naive. Homeless means he doesn't have a home.
Yeah, I get it.
It doesn't.
He also has duct tape for a belt.
See, that's just it. He could have.
These patches,
He
man.
could have one okay outfit where you're.
Well, they always have the one going out shopping.
I mean, something that doesn't look. That
he
just
keeps
looks,
him in his armoire.
But I'm saying he probably has something that just looks like a regular person.
Yeah, but those.
Oh my God, that sounded terrible.
No.
That sounded worse than what he said.
I understand it sounded bad. Let me try
He's
again.
not a homeless guy.
Let me
He's
try
a
again.
regular person.
Something it just not regular. What's the word I'm looking for?
It's me.
Keep going, Tommy Jr.
Just a not regular. I can't think of a word.
Can I help you out here?
Thank you. Please do.
Okay.
I mean, homeless people have a look.
No, they don't, because there are people that
That's
go
not what
to.
I'm saying.
There are people that go to jobs every day that are homeless. They live out of their car.
All
That
right,
makes you
all right.
homeless. Just because you don't have a home doesn't mean you're a disheveled, dirty person.
All right. Okay. All right. So he could
It's
be.
what Kimmy was trying to say.
So
Yes,
he's
not
like,
disheveled.
He's homeless.
That's the word.
He's homeless like car guy.
Yeah, that's homeless.
Like if you
all
just
right,
walked
all
in
right,
there
all
in
right.
jeans and a t-shirt, how would you know?
A little PUE.
There are smelly people that are not homeless.
Let's don't talk about the people down the hall. That's not cool.
The other thing I'm surprised by.
What's that?
Well, again, in the story, it says that police, when they got to him, he had $7,228 worth of jewelry.
But that could be a watch.
He stole. Well, I didn't.
That could be a high-end necklace or ring, right?
I didn't. Outside of an engagement ring, I didn't think a place like Zales carried that kind of expensive jewelry.
I don't know.
There's probably a couple expensive items in there, right?
But like
enough to where you could maybe just take one or two things and easily rack up that total.
All right, so I'm just thinking out loud here. Now, I don't buy a ton of jewelry, obviously. Right?
Yeah.
My ring is made of rubber. My wife's not like a jewelry person, right? But I always assume when you went into those places, they would only take out one thing at a time for you to look at, which would mean, at least logically in my head, if that's how it works out, he would have had an item worth
Unless they took out two to
$7,200.
compare, you know?
But I thought they took the other
Yeah.
one back to keep you from taking both things and running with it.
All right.
What could have been outside of an engagement ring worth $7,000 inside of Zales? Am I just being naive here?
Well, you could have like diamond earrings or something like that.
I didn't think you got to $7,000. I mean, think
I
about
don't either.
Tommy. Think in the mall too. What's the most money you've ever spent walking into a mall?
And a jewel- yeah. So you'd have to have multiple items.
So then, how did he get his hands on them?
He's smooth stinky guy.
Oh, for God's sakes.
Smooth talking, stinky scumbag.
But past the idea that you have a homeless guy allegedly stealing $7,000 worth of jewelry from a mall jewelry store at the highest end mall in the greater Rochester area, what's strange about this story is stealing jewelry in this way, if the allegations are true, may not be the best way to try and make money.
What's that?
Well, first off, stealing this way from the mall would be very hard to pull off.
True.
Walk through this with me.
Yeah.
All right. You would have to get the jewelry. You would have to get out of Zales, which it sounds like he accomplished.
Right, but
You would then have to get out of the mall.
yeah, you're still in the building.
You got it, which is harder, especially at Eastview, because that place just keeps winding.
Yeah, it does.
It's never ending.
Right.
Then you'd have to get off the property at Eastview Mall, which that mall would take forever.
Well, yeah, but it depends how busy it is, though, too.
No, but it's just vast.
It's a big, yeah.
The
even
footprint of that mall is nonstop. Like, there are times where it's like, I'll go to Eastview with my family, and I'll pull in, and I'll be like, oh, we're here. It's like, no, we're not. I still have to drive to the actual mall. I'm on the property of the mall.
Well, it has like a circular like beltway around it.
Yeah, it's like D.C.
Yeah. Like you can see the Capitol, but it's going to be a few minutes.
It's D.C., but with an Auntie Anne's pretzels inside.
Ooh, nice.
Right? Because even if he did have a car, he would have to get to his car, get in his car, turn the car
And you know that
on.
thing doesn't start right away.
For God's sake.
Bro, it's a homeless guy's car. It's like them hoopties you and I drove, man. Come on, man. Gonna put it in neutral again.
And if he didn't have a car, if you had to run off
So
of
he's
the
straight.
property...
Wait a minute. You think he's straight up homeless?
I don't know. We don't
But-
have details.
but that scenario.
Straight up homeless, dude.
Straight up homeless.
Uncut.
Uncut, straight up homeless. Where are you, to your point, where are you running to? Because there's nothing around there.
Anywhere.
There's
I
the
guess.
expressway and other stores.
I mean, the bus stop. I mean, we remember there was that story last
There's a
year.
bus stop out that far?
I think
Yeah.
so, right? There has to be.
But
think it
what are you
goes
going to
up
do there? Wait?
Well, so remember there was that story last year of the man who stole Heineken from the Delta Sonic and Henrietta, got on the bus,
All right.
and then the police pulled the bus over.
But you'd have to have that all timed out right?
You would.
Because I'm guessing those buses all the way out there ain't coming very often.
Which goes further to my point. If you got nowhere to go and no way to get there, how are you
Right.
getting away with $7,000 worth of
And then you
jewelry?
got to pawn it somewhere.
Okay, and that brings us to our other point. But Kimmy, you were going to say something.
We're getting a bunch of tweets. There are a lot of things over like that price. Like
Really?
I don't know necessarily in store, but I just looked it up. Like there's a pair of earrings on here for like $12,000.
At Zales?
Yeah.
The diamond store?
Bro, they are the diamond store.
Okay, but
Yeah, like I mean any name
Don't forget it's Eastview.
an item of
They got to cater to the high-enders.
it's Zales.
yeah,
I
there's
know.
there's a ton of stuff on here.
Like I thought that's like where you went to get your girlfriend something when you were in high school, and I mean
no,
no,
it's
with all due
still
respect.
it's still a jewelry store.
No, but okay, so diamonds throw me off. My
Yeah.
wife is not a diamond person. Thank God, it worked out great.
Yeah.
But I do remember in high school going to like Macy's, and you
Yeah.
could get like diamond earrings for like $30.
So my sister, I told you, when she had her many jobs,
Yeah.
one of her side jobs was she worked at Kmart at the jewelry counter.
Okay.
So to your point, like that's where you went to get your girlfriend a ring when you found out she wasn't late.
Well, no, you wouldn't have to get the ring when she's not late.
It's called a little. Thank God it happened.
All right, maybe. Look, that just shows the naivety I have
All
when it
right,
comes to buying
yeah,
jewelry.
yeah. You and I are in and out of jewelry stores.
Kimmy, you're not a jewelry person.
What do
No.
you think, Diamond Kimmy over here?
No, I'm really not. I
Hello,
don't-
boys. I'm here.
She's not a diamond Kimmy. She's more of a normal person. Ordinary person. But the biggest issue with this alleged thievery, and again, the story comes from Eastview on New Year's Eve on Sunday. A 23-year-old homeless man, according to police, got in a foot chase after they say he stole $7,228 worth of jewelry from the Zales in Eastview Mall. He was arrested. He's got a court date upcoming. The biggest issue here is you are not getting the money reselling that jewelry you think you are going
no.
to get. And anyone that has ever sold an old engagement ring
For the
or
markups, insane. Right?
yeah, stuff from an ex, you know that the cash you spent on that stuff or was spent does not even come close to what you think you're getting back.
Yeah, I don't know what the pawn shop's going to give you.
Exactly. Right? Like, it's got sentimental value, but the pawn shop don't give jack squat
No.
about that.
No.
You'd be better off stealing lamer stuff. Like, that's why stuff like laundry detergent.
Oh, Tide, you were saying?
Yeah, like, that's like a huge thievery thing. Meat.
All right.
Like, that stuff's easy
Razors.
Yeah, all of that stuff. It's easy to flip. Kimmy's coming for you now.
Right.
You went after her, and it's going to be now 4 hours of you just getting your ass kicked. No, but I mean, like, You know a seasoned criminal when you see them getting caught with tied meat and razor blades.
Okay.
Because those things are easy to flip, they maintain their value, and they're always in demand.
Yeah.
Right? Like diamonds are not a necessity.
Yeah, you got to find the right person.
Yeah, true.
You know what I'm
Not
saying?
as many buyers.
Yeah. Right? Like, and like, here's the thing. Even if you don't go to a pawn shop, who are you going to buy a retail diamond bracelet or watch or whatever?
Yeah,
from a
you would
guy-
have to have like a customer in mind.
or
Like a
walk-
client.
Or walk up to someone on the street.
Yeah.
And I ain't buying
What are
that.
the odds of that?
Well, you would. You've
that
done
they have
that.
cash on hand to buy your diamond.
You have done stuff like this before.
Yes, I
though.
have. Yeah. But I knew the guy.
How well?
Oh, I worked with him. I told you that guy he'd steal anything for you. That's where I got my TV.
He stole a television off the back of a train.
Yeah. And he was like, "Hey, what do you want?" I said, "Man, I'm dying to get one of them Sony Trinitrons, man. They're the man. 21-inch, Technicolor. Nice.
The TV's the man.
That thing lasted 20 effing years, man.
And you stole it.
I didn't steal nothing.
No, you bought a
I
stolen
purchased
item.
it from a third party.
Okay. 252 WCMF, 252-9260. Folks, we're waiting patiently. Let's talk to Bob. Hey, Bobo, what's going on, buddy?
Good morning, boys.
What's up?
It's just going to comment on the homeless guy. You know how many cans it would take to get a necklace?
No.
Also, he's no longer homeless. He now has a home. So,
Well,
joke's on us.
they wrote him an appearance ticket, and he's got a court date.
No, they didn't.
They did.
Really?
Well, that's how we know about the story.
Yeah, I mean,
Hey, Bob.
Mwah.
great call, Bob. Why don't you
It's
try-
early. We get it. We
No,
get it. Yeah.
no excuse for that.
First of the year, Bobby.
Bobby, good try, buddy. Good try. It's the third of the year.
Mm.
You idiot.
Well, maybe the first to him.
Well, that was a fun conversation we had
Yes.
till Bob ruined it. Let's take a break.
All right.
Well, speaking of being at the mall, look, I mean, there was a time.
There was a time.
Thank you. When you went to the mall, you always had to carve out 5 to 10 minutes to make a stop at this
Yes.
store, right?
Yes.
And even if you weren't buying anything, it was so fun.
Well, because they knew what they were doing, because they were right up front.
It is nuts that, and we'll get into this in the discussion, that those became impulse buys for some people.
Yes.
Right? And that was the design of putting them right up front. That experience is no longer ever going to happen in the state of New York, at least not the way we remember it happening.
Yeah.
And it's hard to argue against what the state put into law Monday.
I thought these things were already done.
So there was one that was open up until like 2 or 3 months ago.
Oh, okay.
We'll tell you what we're talking about. We'll do it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Since the beginning of time, you had to stop and see these when you went to the mall. And every retail pet store you walked into had a section just for this. But as of Monday, it is no more and will never be again.
Wow.
And as weird as it's going to be, it's kind of hard to defend keeping this stuff around. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock this morning. For years and years and years in America, the family went like this.
What's up?
Dad went off to work. You got married, you had a couple of kids, and Mom stayed home and watched those children, right? It was the American traditional family home.
Sure.
And as things got more expensive, that stopped. Mothers had to start working again, women in the workplace. Thanks a lot, Carter. And that's how it's been ever since.
Yeah.
But what might be the strangest statistic you'll hear this month?
What are they statting?
We might be going back to the way things were.
How? How are you living?
We'll explain just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There is a new law that has gone into effect in 2024. Retail pet stores in New York State can no longer sell dogs, cats, and rabbits.
All right. But they can still do like the fish and the snake and all that.
The fish and the snake, yes.
All right.
They specifically can no longer sell dogs, cats, and rabbits.
Anything adorable.
You got it.
The fluffy ones.
Yeah.
So what are you down to? Dried up turtles?
Well, guinea pigs.
Oh, no,
are
you
good.
can't even buy turtles in the state.
Hamsters,
You
maybe.
can't buy turtles in New
Nope.
York?
No,
Because they have salmonella.
And that's been a long time, I think.
What do the Italians have to do with this?
It's the Salmonella Act of 1932.
Legislation, not that one, but the one we just talked about, was signed last year by Governor Hochul. It will now be enforced with the change of the new year. So under these new rules.
Hey, what do you do with the puppies that are there now? Hey, guys. Sad news, man. Did the governor call? Yeah, but it's not good. Are you gassing them? What are you doing?
No, you don't
No.
get.
What do you do with all these puppies that are still around? No.
I haven't seen. Have you seen a puppy at a pet store in the
Okay.
last
I don't know how many pet stores are
5,
around
10
still.
years?
Six-
Well, any pets. Does this include because when I think pet store, I think like the big
Any retail
chain,
pet store,
yeah,
yes,
pet store,
chain,
yeah.
anything in the mall, anything. So there was a pet store at Marketplace Mall that had puppies, but I don't know if they were puppies for sale or puppies for
Yeah.
adoption. But I know they were there,
Yeah.
running around all cute
Okay,
like.
I haven't seen that in a long time.
Okay, so under these new rules, pet stores, mall stores, big box stores, and mom and pop pet stores cannot sell you a puppy, a kitten, or a rabbit that have been there living in the store. But there was a compromise that was reached.
So what is that?
These stores are allowed to charge shelters to rent space in their places if they want to host adoptable pets.
So you're
Yeah.
buying shelter dogs.
You're
They
not
have, like-
buying, you're adopting.
Yeah,
But
they
you're not
have
getting
like
a puppy.
No, they
Unless
have puppies too.
All right, but I'm guessing more of them, there are going to be more adult dogs because they're from a shelter.
I love how
I don't
like,
know, you
Kimmy,
just
who
assume that.
knows these things is telling you, and you're not listening. You just keep saying what you're saying.
They're
No,
gonna
like
get
they'll
busted
have
ass
like
dogs.
let's say
Not an ordinary dog.
a shelter or like a rescue
Yeah.
group. Like they can say like come to our adoption event, and then they'll set
All
up
right.
like they'll bring a bunch of dogs or cats or whatever. and-
Do these adoption? Because Kimmy, you live in this world.
Hmm.
Do these adoption places have the money to spend to put themselves in these stores?
Oh, I don't know if they really charge money. You know what I mean? Like I think it's more of like a community thing.
It says specifically in the law the stores are allowed to charge shelters to rent space if they want to host
I don't
adoptable
know.
pets.
I do
So
not
what?
know.
So like, what? Like, my wife bought a dog one time from an Amish farm, like south.
Yeah.
What's that? Is that a puppy mill?
Yeah, it sounds like it.
It could be.
And then we bought our second Westie. We bought from a woman in the Finger Lakes that she
Like a
raises.
breeder.
She just rent. Is that a puppy mill too, or is that just a breeder?
Is-
Because how else
I
do you get
don't
your
have
dog?
details. I could not tell
Like,
you.
I don't know. Is that cool or is that bad?
I have no idea.
I think there are reputable breeders out there. You just got to do your
right.
research.
Because I didn't want rescue. Well, because they can get skittish, man. You got to train them.
Anyways.
People have had great stories with rescue. That
Oh,
people
look
have
at
had
you! Look at
sometimes.
you trying to back out because you know the emails are coming.
You get some normal rescue, and then some not. There's some rescue that got issue.
So the reason this law was passed, and the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Supporters of it say that cutting down on this will help end inhumane treatment that some of these animals face living in the stores. They also, you brought up the puppy mills. They say this will help cut back on puppy mills, and people may not have realized buying animals from these stores were putting money in the pockets of these folks that were running puppy mills.
Right.
So you can still buy puppies. You just have to go where they're bred. And the idea is that people will now have more knowledge when they walk on these people's properties if they are buying from shady folks.
Okay.
But then again, who the hell knows?
Yeah.
It is going to be weird the way that we grew up to not have puppies at the mall anymore.
Yeah, but I do feel like it's just a better. It encourages better decision making, and the fact that like maybe if you're just spontaneously buying a dog at the mall, maybe it's not always the best idea.
It is insane that those were spontaneous purchases for some
Most
people.
of the people I know that bought a dog that way growing up, like that, yeah, I don't. It didn't seem like it was a good idea at the time.
That's how my dad did it.
Yeah,
He bought our first dog from the mall on a whim.
Yeah, but I guess like if you sat down and thought about it, you wouldn't buy that dog.
Exactly.
Well, yeah,
That's
that's
the
you
point.
do that,
Yeah. 'Cause you're like,
nah.
oh yeah, that's a lot of work.
No, but like the whole idea of the dogs in the front of the pet store through the window. How much is that doggy in the window?
Right.
The idea was to get you to spontaneously purchase
you
a living
would,
thing.
That cute little face.
It's insane.
I know.
And like, here's the thing: we all bought into it, man. Like, you could not go to the mall without carving out 10 to 15
And
minutes
thinking about it.
Yeah, go play with the puppies. And they would have the prices up on the wall, and you would look at it and go,
Oh, this one likes me.
There was a joint in Webster. It was called Doolittle's, and it was like a zoo. It was amazing. Like it was a mom and pop place, and when you went inside there, like you could spend time in there just looking at everything that they had, and it was that vast.
Oh wow!
And like I couldn't believe this is in the middle of Webster, but there would be people in there constantly. But they had every type of pet you could think of in this place, and every kind of feed for these pets. On top of that, it was like Country Max for your dog.
No. So what about chicks? Because you bring up Country Max. I love
Yeah,
Country
they used to
Max.
sell the chickens and
they still sell the
roosters
chickens.
and all that stuff.
I don't know
yeah.
if they sell roosters.
They did it this place is what I'm saying.
Oh,
Like
okay.
they had like all kind of stuff in there.
It is weird how, again, we're talking about this law that started 3 days ago with the first of the year. Retail stores are no longer allowed to sell dogs, cats, and rabbits in stores. So no more mall pet stores, nothing at like PetSmart, but I don't think they had that for years, right?
I haven't seen it in a long time.
It's weird they just went with dog, cats, and rabbits. What was the thought process behind just those three animals? Because lizards are very popular in pet stores. Snakes are very popular in pet stores. Why are those still allowed?
What about fish?
Well,
Every kind of fish. You can buy every kind of tropical
who
fish.
cares about fish?
Apparently nobody.
I guess like maybe
F fish and turtles. You can't get turtles.
Okay, you brought up the turtle.
That
but
seems
that's
like a health
How about
thing.
salamanders and all them lizards?
That'd be a lizard. We just said
all
lizard.
right, but you only got that one lizard is the only one that's popular.
Littered.
It's the
Littered,
Leonard
yeah.
lizard.
Littered.
I'm thinking
The
those.
iguana. The iguana is a headliner.
There's lots of lizards, man.
No, but the iguana is the headliner.
Shut up.
You close with iguana.
I'm
just started
thinking those are
rambling.
just easier to take care of because they have like the tanks and you
Yeah.
feed them. I don't, you know what I mean? Like maybe it's not as inhumane to keep those as
I don't
it
know.
would
I
be
would
to
argue
keep
those-
a dog in a cage. I
No,
don't
but
know.
like with a dog, as long as the dog stays in the house, it lives and eats, right? Like, doesn't an iguana have to be at like a certain temperature or the
Yeah.
thing
Oh, yeah.
dies?
It has to have a
Probably.
lava rock to sleep on. It's hot.
You
Here's the
really
one
got a
I
lot
don't
of
get.
lizard facts.
Well, I mean, his
My-
cousins.
I lived in Florida.
I know.
So
You're the expert.
the one I don't get
Okay.
are effing birds. Like, why anybody ever know that's had a bird in their house is insane. Like, they're annoying, they're loud. My sister had them constantly in her house.
Really?
And they make a mess. They stink.
And they live for a really long
They
time, right?
live
Yeah.
Unless the
Take it
dog
out.
gets to it.
I've kind of like I do have like a weird fantasy of like having a bird and talking to
You
it.
don't want it.
I never got it.
They are fascinating to like look at.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
at
know?
the zoo.
No, but like the bird like picks up on what you're saying, like a parrot, right? Those are the ones that
Yeah.
Mockingbird.
parrot.
No,
Parrot-
the parrot like
parrot,
repeats
Yeah. Yeah.
things
Like
you say
parroting,
to it.
like that phrase when you're saying things like when Kimmy says something and then you parrot exactly what she said and try and make it your point. No, but like I have like this fantasy of like the parrot watches Bills games with me and like.
But think about that. Like, that's the cruelest pet.
Yeah.
Like,
To keep in a cage.
I'm gonna clip
Clip
your
the
wings.
Yeah.
Imprison you
Yeah.
and walk around and look at you all day. Like, you don't even take your parrot for a walk. It reads the headlines and craps on them.
But like under
That's
this
cruel as crap.
and under this law, those are still, I guess, legal to
Birds
sell.
are fine.
Unless there's a separate law that outlawed selling birds. But I've
No,
seen
but
them in pet stores.
another joint in Webster that he just sells birds.
What the hell's going on in Webster where you people are buying all these weird
I'm
animals?
telling you, man.
How about
It's-
that?
It's strange out that way.
It's a good question.
Hmm.
Call 10 NBC.
But I could buy a python.
Are pythons legal in New York State?
I think so.
You don't know that at all.
Well, you
Can
can buy snakes.
Okay, but some snakes are
Well,
illegal.
I think you can buy. I know you. Wait a minute. Hold on. Because when I used to go down to Park FS, you always had that snake jerk walking around with his python around his neck.
Okay,
I didn't see
monkeys
no
are
cop.
also illegal.
I didn't see your old man handcuffing the snake.
You can if you possess a dangerous animal license.
Okay,
That
so
is
there
a
you
thing.
go.
So you got to go buy it.
No, but you can't just walk into a PetSmart and buy a python.
No,
Yeah.
but I could buy that license pretty cheap.
How do you
like
know?
a fishing license.
How do you know?
You give the state some money, they'll give you any kind of license you want.
Kimmy, will you Google how much it costs for a dangerous animal license in New York
I
State?
bet you it's like $100. Like a fishing
You
license.
can hear the clicking. It's coming. Look at you. You can see
$100.
You can see the
What
sweat
do you think? What do you
beating
think?
down. Yeah, $100 sounds about right.
Yeah, who ain't got $100? You want a goddamn snake?
What?
There is no fee for this
It's
license.
a free license?
To go get your. Why even have a goddamn license?
It sounds like. Hold on. There's got to be something else to this.
Maybe it's just like a background check. And
Yeah, I think it's like more of like paperwork.
Do you have any issues with snakes in your past?
And you also need some type of insurance.
Okay, that makes
Snake
sense.
insurance from State Farm.
Well, yeah, let's say the thing hurts somebody. That makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
you have to let them know like where you're going to keep these things. They just need information, basically.
You remember there was a push a while back that folks should have dog insurance in case your dog attacks somebody, and folks really pushed back against it, and it kind of went away. But it makes sense, right? Like your dog snaps at somebody, you're on the hook for that thing.
Right.
So going back to the initial story that we started with before we went down this road of Tommy and parrots and lizards and lava rocks, the state of New York, as of this past Monday, no longer allowed to sell dogs, cats, and rabbits in retail pet stores. That's the mall. That's the big box places. That's the mom and pop places just in the middle of the road. The idea is to shut down puppy mills with this legislation.
Okay.
But I think it's a fair question to ask if this helps or hurts puppy mills, because yes, you lose easy access and the, what's the word I'm looking for? Impulse buys of the mall.
Yeah.
But folks who want to buy dogs exist over adopting them. There are folks that do not want to adopt dogs.
Yeah.
And it's not hard to find online places that are going to sell you a dog.
Sure.
So now these folks breeding the dogs will not only get to keep all of the profit when they sell a dog, all they have to do is have a place on their property that doesn't look terrible for customers to come and buy these dogs, and that's going to be enough for most people. They're looking for a reason to buy the dog.
And that's how I bought my first dog and how we bought our last dog was, from a person's house.
Yeah.
Like we walked in, hung out, she brought out all the puppies, and we looked at them.
So, like, if I go to this person, let's say I drive out because we've got Biscuit, and I didn't know that it was like a Mennonite family, I think, and I was unaware, same thing as you, that those people
So you got a religious dog.
I did, yeah. He has a head covering and everything.
Right.
But I was unaware. I thought I was doing the right thing.
But it sounds like you were.
Well, no, because these
I
people...
guess you don't really know.
Yeah.
That's the
No,
thing.
they're like a religious order that works with these dogs.
Yeah, nothing bad. A religious order that works. They're not St. Bernard saving people on mountains, man.
I also wonder, because if people are looking, what? Go ahead.
No,
I'm sorry, did I cut off your story?
No, I'm trying. I now have an image of Tommy like as a Mennonite, like blessing dogs like an idiot.
I also wonder if you're somebody, seeking to buy a dog in that way, if that leaves more room for scammers. Because, you see all the time, those people that it'll show, this really cute picture of a bunch of puppies or something, or a really cute, expensive dog. And people will contact those people, give them their information, set up a time to go pick up the dog. And,
Give me a
wait,
deposit.
there's no actual dog to be had.
It's a great question. I mean, it does seem like there are going to be some kinks that need to be worked out here. But, I mean... I guess what you're doing here is better than what the alternative is. My dad.
But it's more work, to your point. Because, my wife found this place online. She talked to the woman. And then we had to wait till it was old enough to go pick up. And then we had to come down with cash to buy the dog. So we could have easily been robbed.
Yeah.
You think about it, we're driving down with a few $1,000s to buy a dog.
Yeah,
Right.
it's a good
Cash.
point. Cash, straight cash home.
Out in the middle of the finger. I've never been to this area of the Finger Lakes before. But it was a nice area, nice
Yeah,
house.
dog's back here in the barn. Come on back here.
Was it New Hampshire?
Yeah, that's how they all talk out that way. We say times they are a changing,
Oh, yeah.
and it seems
Neil
like
said it best.
it seems like. Did you say Neil?
Yeah.
It's Bob Dylan, you idiot.
Yeah, but didn't he steal it from me?
The lyrics aren't changing now, bitch. I'm
They
Neil
all
Young.
sung that song, man.
Remember that famous Neil Young hit, All Along the Watchtower? We always kind of think we're moving in one certain direction, right? Like, women in the workplace has been a standard thing,
Oh, yeah.
right?
Can't get away from it.
Don't say it like that.
They're all over
What
the
is with
place.
you guys just putting your feet in your mouth?
No,
today?
just say the place is slammed with chicks.
Okay, I'm done with the. Here's the tease. You ready?
I'm ready for the tease.
Something we thought went away from our childhood decades ago is making a roaring comeback.
All right.
And you had
With
asked
the ladies.
Yes, and you had asked the question, Tommy, earlier, how can people afford to do this?
Oh.
Based on the information we have in front of us, people can't afford not to do this. And we'll get into it next to the break room. 96.5 WCMF. We thought this was a relic of times gone by.
Oh.
Never again would kids get the experience the three of us had at points in our lives, getting off the bus, having our moms waiting for us, and they were home all day.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems that could be changing because over the last 12 months, families have made a decision.
What's that?
Well, Tommy, it's a decision you can't be sure is for you until you are smack dab in the middle of that decision.
Which is?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 7:25, 7:30. You know, as you get older, you have to start making choices about things you're doing.
Sure.
You let some things fall away. And a lot of that has to do with the food that you eat.
Oh, yeah.
Right? There's some food that you eat as a kid that you hit 40, 50, 60.
Doctor's going to say no more.
Okay. And it's not even just doctors. Sometimes it's about what you look like while you're eating it.
Oh.
Oh.
No, but both of those apply here.
Okay.
Because what one of our coworkers was eating yesterday threw me for such a loop.
Really?
I had to hide around a corner to make sure I knew for sure that's what he was eating.
So was that embarrassing?
And they brought it in to eat.
Yes, they
This
did.
wasn't like a spur of the moment thing.
No, they must have
Okay.
brought it from home. I'm going to let you guys decide.
Right.
All right, we'll get to it just after 7:25, 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. Stay-at-home moms in America have skyrocketed.
How?
Okay.
How you doing it?
In the last year, we'll get to that. In the last year, the number of stay-at-home moms in America has nearly tripled.
Okay.
Now, that stat is a little bit misleading. In 12 months, it went from 9% of mothers staying home with their kids to 24%.
It's a huge jump.
It is. Now, it's nowhere near the 75, 80% it was back in the day.
Yeah, but there was no place for my mother to work.
Well, yeah, because, there was.
Where was that?
In my pants!
I was going to say the streets.
Well, yeah, but my pants was funnier. At least I thought. I don't know. But look, I don't know about you guys. 24% of moms in America staying home is way higher than I thought I'd do.
Yeah.
All right, so Tommy, if you had to guess the number one reason mothers have decided to start staying home again, what do you think it would be?
Well, I only know this because of my stepson and a grandkid.
Mm-hmm.
Daycare, I didn't know was that goddamn expensive.
If you
nailed
can
Now, they
even-
live in Chicago.
Yeah.
And they go to
Chicago! Sorry.
a nice one.
Yeah.
But it's more than private school.
Yeah.
And
That
I'm going, what?
and
What?
I know some people that haven't. Their kid was on like a waiting list
Yes.
to get into. I mean, like they couldn't even
You had to register,
find somebody to watch their kid if they wanted
And they had to go in for like an interview.
You do,
Yeah.
yes.
Like, here's your kid. All right, kid.
You're making a joke. That's exactly what
Yeah.
happens. So you nailed it. The cost of childcare is what's driving these mothers to be stay-at-home moms again.
Yeah, because you're just breaking even.
So that's just it. It's gotten so expensive over the last 15 years. Families are actually finding it less expensive to have one working parent because in a lot of cases, one parent's career is just going to pay for that kid's childcare. And that brings up the most important question.
What's that?
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Is this something the average mom can do? So first off, Tommy, you'd have to be in a relationship, right? So that eliminates some folks right off the bat. Single mothers can't be a stay-at-home mom. It just wouldn't work.
Yeah.
And it's hard to tell if, Tommy, this is something only well-off folks can accomplish or if it is financially smarter from blue-collar all the way to white-collar to try and pull off what people are doing here.
I guess, but you're still going to have to cut way back.
Well, I don't know.
I mean, on everything. Even
your-
if she stays home.
If your job is only paying for childcare, which was the case for a
All
lot
right,
of people, you're not cutting back. You're breaking even.
All right. Well, in that case, yeah, it's insane to work.
So I do know some of the women I know with young kids that, they were full-time employees that decided to either quit and be a stay-at-home mom or they took a pay cut to become a stay-at-home mom or they now
Job
just
share.
work, like a part-time thing when they can. So like they'll still have a little bit of income coming in and they still are a part of something, but it's just not what it used to be.
Okay. So here's my question. First of all, I'm curious if anyone listening has made this decision in their home. 252-WCMF, 252-9263.
So to dump the daycare.
Well, dump the daycare and have mom stay home. And I guess this applies to both parents, too. I mean, you can do it mom or dad. The story is the rise of the stay-at-home mom, but there are dads that are also making this decision, too,
Well,
because
it's going to be who's bringing home the most money. That's who's working.
it could be that. It could also be who has the most potential for the most money down the road. Because if I'm making more money now, but my wife has an education and a job where 5 years from now she's going to be making more than I am, the smarter thing to do in that case would be to cut back, I'll stay home, and we'll let you accomplish what you have to accomplish.
But daycare only lasts for how long?
Well, it
to like
depends.
4 or 5.
No, but you still have to have somebody watch your kid, right?
Summertime,
yeah.
right? And I mean,
Somebody's
some
got to
people
be home.
Yeah, have daycare off the bus. There's like daycare programs where you can drop your kid off from the bus there. So, is the return? I'll ask you this, Tommy: is the return of the stay-at-home mom a good thing?
It probably is for the kids, right?
Why
Just
you
for
say
the
that?
stability of the house.
Stability of the house,
Right. I mean, somebody's there. You're not coming home and, both of you cramming in the door with the kids at 6 o'clock at night and we got to figure things out.
Okay.
I mean, my old man had it made, bro.
Okay.
I mean, he had it all. Now, I'm not going to say it's going to be like that, but I mean, that's a pretty good gig if somebody's home all day doing the laundry, keeping the house clean, the kids are fed, everything's cool. What?
So, what you expect that all of the house duties will be done too when you get home?
Yeah, you're home. Watch the kids. I'm not saying man or woman. You can do both.
Look at you! Hey, men coming up too.
Yeah. You can't multitask. You can't throw a load of laundry while
Well, it
you're
depends
watching
on
a
how
kid.
young your kid is, I get. I mean,
You can't
sometimes
walk
you have to have
downstairs with a kid on your hip and throw some laundry in.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hit a goddamn button. You're not pounding your laundry on the rocks.
When did Mike Muley walk in the room? I'm sorry, I didn't see him sit down here. All of a sudden, tough guy when his wife's not around.
No, but I expect the house to be kept.
Kimmy, do you think the return of the stay-at-home mom is a good thing?
I mean, I guess as long as, you're happy with that decision and it's not just simply like we have no other choice. You know what I mean? Because I do think there are plenty of women that really take a lot of pride in their careers that if they have to put that on hold simply because they can't find childcare, I think that's a problem.
All right, so Kimmy touches on one of the 3 potential issues I see here, and we'll get to those in just a second, but folks have been waiting on hold. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. The number of stay-at-home moms in America in just the last 12 months has nearly tripled. It went from 9% at the beginning of last year, now to 24% of American moms have gone back to the traditional stay-at-home mom decision. Let's talk to Jacob. He's on CMF. Hey, Jake, what's up, buddy?
Hey.
Hi.
My wife and I actually just did the same thing this past year. She was a full-time licensed vet tech over in Scottsville, and we moved out to Macedon. So I work in Ontario, and there was no way that it was going to be worth it for us to pay for her driving all the way to Scottsville and all the way back, try to pay for daycare.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's insane what I have people paying for that I work with. They pay like $400 to $600 a week.
Yeah, it's bananas. How many kids you got yourself, Jacob?
We just had our first in June.
Hey, congratulations.
little blessing.
Look at you,
Thank you.
Daddy Jacob.
Dad.
Now the house is clean, the meal's ready to go.
I mean, yeah, we're still, my wife, she's damn good at what she does, but it's still a full-time job, and it's hard as hell, so.
Yeah, but the house looks
I
nice,
mean, I
right?
give her
Everything's
so
tight.
much respect.
So, Jacob, I guess my question then is this a temporary thing you think for your wife, or is this probably going to be the plan moving forward?
I mean, for at least the first 3 to 4 years, I know she's pretty set at being home. She definitely takes pride in what she does and wants him to be raised with our morals also, you don't want somebody else doing it.
No, I hear you. You listen to this show, so you definitely have good morals. Jacob, I will ask you this question. Jacob, let's say that your wife made more money than you, and she said, I want exactly what you just described. Would you have been willing to walk away from your job to be a stay-at-home dad?
If it was financially responsible, yes, I totally would have let her do what she needed to, and
Okay.
I would have taken the bullet. But
All right. Well, taking the bullet doesn't make it sound like
No,
something
but it's
you
nice,
wanted
man.
to,
He gets
Jacob.
but he gets the beer fridge, he gets the man cave set up.
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah, and the laundry's done, right,
The
Tommy?
laundry's semi done.
so I would do my best to do it. I definitely would not do as good as a job as my wife can. That's for sure. I'm lacking the patience in there, but we're getting there.
Is she in the car with you, Jacob?
No, she's not. I'm actually in the parking lot at work waiting to go in.
Jacob, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Thank you.
Okay, so Kimmy touched on the 3 potential issues with the stay-at-home mom boom that we're looking
What's going
at
on?
here. Okay, so first of all, in the story on Spectrum where this came from, the women they talked to didn't get married and stay home, right? That wasn't the plan from the beginning. These women had professional jobs for years. Some
Yeah.
were college educated, and the financial conclusion was staying at home was smarter. But it doesn't mean they don't have hopes and dreams of their own
Right.
success. You are parking those, like Kimmy said, when you make the decision to be a stay-at-home mom. The father of your kid gets to keep going to their jobs and potentially working their way up. And you don't get to do that, which has been a major problem for women that have worked for the last, 20, 30 years, Kimmy?
Yeah, and I would also think just, based on a few people I know that kind of did this when they first started having kids, I think they always had a plan that they would eventually get back into something similar to what they were doing before. And I think that they found it is so much harder once you've had that break to jump back into it.
Technology past your old ass body.
A lot of things change in, 5-10 years.
It's not just technology. Think about the amount of new people that come into your industry. Graduates, if it's something like that. If it's a skill where you need to keep working to get better, you lose that time. I mean, it does affect your career prospects to the point where maybe you don't get to the level you would have had you not been a stay-at-home parent.
But let's say you just got a regular job, not a job you dreamed of, but it's just a job.
Okay.
Right? It's nothing you're going off to your job. I would think you're dying to go just do a stay at home.
So that
not do a job where, it's back-breaking work.
So that not like, being stay-at-home mom?
It ain't like doing in heavy lifting. It's regular ass housework, man.
You're saying to leave a job that you didn't necessarily take
right,
pride in.
This wasn't your dream gig. You just got a job.
Don't let him off the hook. But he just said it's not backbreaking work. It's being a stay-at-home mom.
Ain't backbreaking, bro. You got one ass kid, weigh 4 pounds. You can't get the job done. Jesus Christ.
Bro, that kid weigh 4 pounds. They're still in an incubator, you idiot.
What are you talking about?
Well, bring the incubator down, put it on wheels, and move it around with you.
You bring us to the second potential issue.
What?
You don't know if you're cut out for stay-at-home parenthood until you are in the middle of doing it. And I know this from personal experience, having done it for the first 7 months of my oldest daughter's life. I love her. I loved spending time with her. But when you are alone with a newborn for 13 hours a day, it makes you insane.
And I think you would start to build up maybe even some resentment towards your significant other because they get to go off every day.
And that brings us to the third point, which I'll touch on in a
I
second.
like my old man loading a hula hoop and a scale into his car to go to work.
No, but like when you are that stay-at-home for a toddler, for a newborn, it's a weird feeling. You're appreciating all the time you have with this child.
And you're bonding with your child.
Yes, while simultaneously feeling like a prisoner, which brings it to what Kimmy just brought up, the resentment towards your partner and lack of a backup plan. Because you can start to hate that person who gets to leave the house every day.
A little jealousy.
We watched it with our own mothers.
Yeah.
And if you're not going to a job every day and things don't work out, which will happen with 35% of marriages, well, what do you do now?
Yeah.
You have to be secure in your relationship. You have to be strong in your conviction for your kid or kids, and you have to be able to handle no adult interaction sometimes all day long.
Yeah.
It's like they torture people in some countries with that. Like it's against the Geneva Convention.
But you are so home. You don't have the stress of a job.
I hear you.
And bosses and crap.
Sure. Remember when we got back on Tuesday and you were like, "Oh man, it sucks. I wish I was back home on vacation again."
Back in the rat race.
252 WCMF. In just 12 months, according to a story on Spectrum News, the number of stay-at-home moms in America have tripled, almost tripled. 9% at the start of last year. It's up to 24% right now. Let's talk to Johnny. Hey, Johnny, what's going on, buddy?
What's up, guys?
Yo.
My now ex-wife could not wait to stay home with the kids. Oh, my gosh, childcare is so much money. I'm going to hate to do it. I'm going to hate not going to work every day. I'm going to have to stay home with the kids. No, you don't. You make a lot more money than childcare. Well, we're divorced now. She makes all my money, so she worked out just fine.
She got the gold mine. He got the shaft.
So Johnny, you're a no on the stay-at-home mom thing?
What, are you kidding me? I would love to be able to stay home. I'd do the laundry. I'd get the dishes done. The kids would be fine. What a hard job. Yeah.
Okay, look, man.
Get to sleep in and take some naps.
Johnny, I understand that you're a bitter man, and I would be bitter in your situation, too. I'm telling you, Hen, haven't done it. It was really, 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 really hard. And that was with a baby. Like, that was a bit like, I wasn't, like, chasing a kid around. I didn't have to take him to, like, like Gymboree. That was just us in the house all the time. I was losing my mind. I was pulling my hair out.
Yeah. But you're a dude.
You turn the TV on and give them some chips, and they're just fine.
Yeah, that's what they did for Tommy and I. Look what happened. Johnny, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. That's the other thing, too. I was really conscious of trying not to screw up my kid.
Yeah. Well, that's the job.
But I don't know what does or doesn't.
Impressionable years, yeah.
Right? Like, because I know if my oldest turns into, like, some kind of psycho, more than she is as a 13-year-old girl, it's going to be my fault. My wife's going to look at me and be like,
Absolutely.
well, those first 7 months are the most formidable. Look what you did.
Well, I do think, too, if you do live near family, that's an infrastructure that can help you.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
That's weird.
No, like, to your point, like, if you could talk, if you can get help from your family, Because you said like you felt lost sometimes with the child.
Oh, yeah.
You could talk to your mother. You could get some insight from a grandparent or something, or your sister.
Oh, I thought you said, I believe you've said in the past, grandparents, they shouldn't be responsible for any of that. That's not their job, right?
I have called Albany about that. Yes.
Not to
But
mention,
now you're like, no, you should absolutely ask
Well,
for
I don't
help
know
if
what
it's
I'm
there.
doing, but my wife does.
okay, well, let me ask you this. Let's say you had a kid when you were my age, mid-20s.
Yeah.
Would you call your dad and ask for advice?
Absolutely.
Would you call your mom?
No.
Yeah, okay, so
No,
shut
but
up!
no, but the parents are way better today. You're more in touch with parenting than my parents were checked out parents.
Yeah, you met my parents.
Okay, pass.
we'd be talking to
what's the
people your
parent
age.
What's the parent after parent?
Me!
Oh, what's after that one?
Then my kids eventually?
Okay,
I
there
don't
you
know.
go. That hey, prove me wrong, kids.
Let's take one more call, 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Tim. He's got the last word. Hey, Timmy, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, man?
Yo.
Hey, how about your wife that had a 6-to-2 job, and then after the baby, they want her to open up her availability, and so she's just forced to stay home. So that's been about 10 years now.
All right, so
she's been staying home.
Oh, wow. So your wife stayed home for 10 years, Tim.
Yep, 4 kids later, and she's still at home. All kids are in school, and she's refusing to go back now. So.
All right, hold on. Let's talk about this, Timmy. So is it working financially for you guys?
Oh, no.
Oh.
And then I bring it up, and she says, I don't know what you expect from me.
Well, I do think it would be hard after 10 years to go. I don't know what she did before, but there may be certain industries where it's like you feel so far behind after being out of the workplace for 10 years.
No, she was in retail, and she says she's not going back to retail, but she has no education. So what else does she have to go back to?
All right, so Tim, I am sensing a little bit of animosity here, and I understand that. I don't know what's going on in your
Well,
relationship.
he's got financial stress.
For sure. So, Tim, in your ideal world, your wife just goes and takes a job just to make money right now before she figures out what she actually wants to do.
Yes, that would help out with groceries, gas, something.
And she don't want to do none of that.
No.
Thoughts,
So,
mister?
yeah,
Come on,
it's
Tommy.
definitely
Cool,
hard.
Dan's
Tommy
got
got
good
real
advice. Come
quiet.
on, man. Go ahead.
I mean, she should go back to work, man. If you're falling behind financially, Kelly
All right,
Clarkson
man.
ain't paying the
Hopefully
bills.
she's listening to this and she gets the hint.
I don't know if that'll help,
Yeah,
Tim.
no, Tim, that sounds like it just make it worse, Tim.
No, but if they're falling financially behind, she's got to take a gig.
No, I understand, but in the defense of Tim's wife here, we're only getting Tim's side of the story.
That's all I need.
Right.
Timmy, well, good luck, man. I hope it all works out.
All right, guys.
Thanks a lot. We
Sorry, Tim.
became therapy for two guys
Yeah,
in
I
the
know.
last 2
Just
phone
wanted to
calls.
vent.
And we're here for you.
Yeah.
Let's take a break. There are some things that as you get older, you let fall away,
Oh yeah.
right? It's childish, it's immature.
Yeah.
It's done. And it's not just hobbies. It's not just entertainment. Sometimes it's food,
Oh sure.
right?
Food's a
And-
big one.
Well, I mean, food's the older you get, some
Gotta
things
watch it.
can like hurt you.
Oh boy.
And even some
Lay
foods,
out the salt.
some foods look weird with older guys holding and eating them.
Okay.
And that's
Holding it, huh?
Well, that's what it comes down to here, man. One of our
What kind of weird ass food?
This food is not weird ass. You can buy it at Wegmans and
Yeah, but
Tops
is it
and
child food?
gas station. I thought so.
Probably is.
Let me put it this way. When I thought I saw our coworker eating this yesterday upstairs, I had to hide to double check to ensure that's what it was. And
I think I have an idea what it is.
I'm going to let you guys
Okay.
decide. I'm going to let you guess.
All right.
I'm going to let you guys decide if a man in his mid to late 50s eating this is uncomfortable.
All right.
And we'll get to it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. They say as you get older, you get wiser.
Yeah, you try anyway.
Well, for the most part, that's true.
Yeah.
Which is why something that popped up in our office yesterday is so, I guess, strange.
Okay.
Because it's rare you see anyone eating one of these this day and age. But someone who has been on Earth this long eating one of these.
Wow.
You're hanging out at the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 7:45. No secret that this weekend it's everything for the Bills, Sunday night.
Oh, it's all in the line, buddy.
A game you can listen to for the AFC East live in prime time on 96.5 WCMF. By the way, Kimmy, you're going to be hanging out at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Brockport. All right, so go watch the game with Kimmy. But despite the fact that the Bills have not locked up a playoff spot, in fact, could be out of it completely by Monday, Vegas is betting on them.
Oh, so they like their odds.
We'll get into it just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. So yesterday after the show, I'm going upstairs. I got to talk to some people. And as I'm turning the corner, I see one of our coworkers, and it's a dude, and he's in his mid to late 50s, and he's having himself a mid-morning snack.
Yeah.
Now, you said before going into the break, you think you know what food he was eating. What food do you think it was?
Was it a Pop-Tart?
No, it was not a Pop-Tart. Pop-Tarts are fine. What's wrong with Pop-Tarts?
I wouldn't.
But that's
blink
kid
an
food.
eye.
I just know there was a big issue because they sponsored that bowl game with that stupid
was awesome.
thing.
That was the funniest damn thing
It
I've
made
ever
me
seen.
want a Pop-Tart, which I guess they accomplished their goal.
Yeah.
All right, we'll put a pin in that.
right.
He was not eating a Pop-Tart.
So then.
He was eating a Slim Jim.
Oh, yeah.
When is the last time either of you saw someone eating a
My
Slim
husband
Jim?
loves Slim Jims.
Of course your husband
Every
loves
time
Slim
he
Jims.
stops, to get, something at 7-Eleven, he'll grab a Slim Jim.
But that's
too.
what I used to grab at 7 when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, your husband in his 30s eats Slim
big
Jims on
Slim
a
Jim.
regular basis?
It's like a road trip food.
And by the way, he's
Oh, yeah.
healthy. He's a healthy guy.
Yeah, he loves Slim Jims.
Okay, I was so shocked by what I thought I saw. I stopped and I hid behind a wall to make sure that I was watching this man eating a Slim
So
Jim.
that means he brought it to work?
It was
Because
the-
they don't sell it in the vending machine.
No, it was
No.
the long-ass one, too. It was like the
Oh, the
foot-long
whip.
Slim Jim.
They used to have one. They used to call it the whip because it curled around twice.
But it wasn't
You
just...
could drive cattle with it.
Yeah! It wasn't just the food that threw me.
Yeah.
It was the fact that a man in his 50s thought a Slim Jim was a good idea
Is
for a snack.
Slim Jim not a man snack?
Okay.
I guess I
Oh, it's a
didn't
man snack.
think
It's
that
just
it
not a
was
healthy snack.
No, well, obviously.
Well, but it's not.
But-
It's past not healthy. Like, don't those things eat the inside of your stomach?
It's lard and skin.
What is it made out of?
I don't know.
It's like a shrunken pepperoni,
I mean, they're delicious. Don't get me wrong. I
Isn't
haven't
it
had
just
one since I was
dried? Yeah.
14.
but they're horrible for you.
They have to be, right,
Yeah.
Kimmy? Can
Let's
we?
see.
Maybe it's one of those sneaky things that's actually not bad. for
No,
you.
bro, there's no way. That thing it's so slimy and greasy.
Well, isn't it? It's just dried
Beef.
pepper. Yeah.
It's like a pepperoni.
Okay, but beef jerky's not bad for you.
Yeah, isn't it beef jerky?
But beef jerky's drier.
Okay.
Slim Jim has that skin on it. It can't be good, man.
I just know this. The way they tasted and sat in my stomach as a child,
yeah.
there is no way it is not doing severe damage to the normal human body.
Yeah.
Like, there should be an age where you're no longer, by law, allowed to eat Slim Jims.
Yeah, I mean, there's certain. I don't think if you're a 50-year-old man and you tell that to your doctor, he would tell you immediately to stop that, even before crack.
252 WCMF. How old is too old to eat a Slim Jim?
I think a kid.
I never thought it was a
You should be
kid
on your
snack,
bicycle.
So, you're saying past 16, you shouldn't eat a Slim Jim?
The only way you should eat a Slim Jim is with your buddies when you rode on your bicycles up to a 7-Eleven. That's the only way you should eat a Slim Jim.
See, I thought 25.
25?
Well, yeah, I don't know.
You should be with girls. That's Slim Jim.
Well, you can eat a Slim Jim when the girls aren't around.
They're high in sodium. That's what makes it bad for you.
But that's it?
What about the fat?
It's
Gotta have the fat. So it makes it taste so good.
Gotta have the fat.
high
here's
in calories. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So here's what's weird. And there's a paradox a little bit here. We think of Slim Jims as a young people food because, Kimmy, when we were kids, they were advertised as the extreme young people snack,
yeah,
right?
like somebody on a skateboard eating
Yeah.
one.
But here's the thing.
Seems like it'd be a choking hazard. That's a side note.
Kimmy, those advertisements were run 20, 30 years ago.
Yeah.
So the people that the Slim Jims
Yeah.
were marketed to then would
Be
now
30s, 40s.
Yeah, 40s,
possibly
50s, and 60s.
Yeah.
Yes,
Right.
exactly.
But
So
you stuck with it.
I just thought that people who ate Slim Jims on a regular basis back in the day didn't live past 40.
They probably didn't. You ain't blowing out 60 candles, I'll tell you that.
Well, it could just be one of those once in a while snacks. I don't know anybody that eats them on a daily basis.
You just said your husband eats them on a regular basis.
Well, no, I mean like if he it'll be like I said, a road trip food or something.
But I would have to go out of my if I wanted a Slim Jim.
Yeah.
I would have to go out of my way to get one.
Well, they're
out of my normal routine of how I go around
Well, they
my
sell
day.
them at Wegmans.
Where? I have no idea.
They
sell
even
them by
have
the
them in like the
box.
checkout. You can get like the smaller ones in like the checkout line.
What if I want the whip?
That one I don't know. That might be a 7-Eleven
You know, the
exclusive.
3-footer.
What other food and drink do you see people over 40 consuming and it bothers you? 252 WCMF. You said Pop-Tart? No one over 40 should eat a Pop-Tart?
Pop-Tart, popsicle.
Popsicle?
Yeah.
Popsicle, yeah.
What about a fudgicle?
Well, that's your Saturday night normally, right?
Bro, I would eat a fudgicle every Saturday night.
Wait,
if I
you like
could.
fudgicles?
I love fudgicles.
Why did you tell me?
Telling you now.
My God. I got this delicious kiosk.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Where is it?
It's in the men's room.
What's it called?
It's called Uncle Tommy's Fudgicle Shop. Sauce.
When I think
Well,
popsicle,
fudge your mouth good.
sorry, didn't mean to
don't
cut you off there.
apologize. Don't apologize for that.
When I think popsicle, I wasn't thinking like anything with
Like a popsicle.
chocolate. I was thinking more of like the fruity popsicles
Yeah, like
that
those-
kids eat. Yeah.
Yeah. Any
Bomb
kind
pop?
of...
I can't have a bomb pop as a 37-year-old man?
No. And I actually get disturbed when I see like grown-ass men eating an ice cream cone.
Okay, that's weird.
No,
we're not
it's
even
ice cream.
No, we're not
Cup
going
of
down
ice
this
cream.
road.
It's a dad standard.
No, cup, but cone.
We're not going down this road again because we've had so many arguments about grown men and ice cream cones. We're not doing this.
Any kind of slushy.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, that's a
yeah.
good one. What
No
about
slush.
What about a Slurpee?
Same,
Same
thing.
thing.
No, there's a difference between a slushie and a Slurpee.
Is
No,
there?
there's not.
I don't know. I
Pina-
kind of put them in the same category.
Pina colada Slurpee on a hot day.
What about lollipops? Because you like lollipops.
I do love me some
Yeah,
lollipops.
lollipops look weird. My kid always creeped me out with Reagan.
Eating his lollipops?
Yeah.
Oh,
We had a lot. We at one point here in our studios, we had an unlimited amount of lollipops.
We had
and
the lollipop
guess
wars.
who? Like there were most of the box was gone because of the men that worked here.
No, it's true.
Not because of any of the
Hmm.
women.
And it got to a point where there was one specific really good flavor that I tortured a guy with because we both liked him and I would steal all of them and not tell him and he would go looking for them frantically through the box. God, it was hilarious. No, like my first thought when I think of food and drink you shouldn't see people over 40 consuming, Mountain Dew.
Yeah, but Kimmy's dad's a big Dew guy.
Yeah, but that makes sense. He's got the mustache for it.
He does.
But like it's the same kind of thing as the Slim Jim. Like Mountain Dew does not feel good going down.
No.
It's electric green. You should
It looks nauseating.
Yeah, right? You shouldn't be drinking Mountain Dew in your 40s, 50s, and 60s. Do you know, Tommy, they make a diet Mountain Dew now?
Yes. Oh, I think they always have.
They do.
My dad always he drinks the Diet Mountain Dew because he sees it as healthy.
Does he mix booze with it?
No, I've never seen him mix booze with it, but he does drink like those super sugary, bright colored booze drinks too. So I mean, he's not opposed.
It is funny how that's acceptable, right, for 40s, 50s, and 60-year-olds. But if I see someone drinking Mountain Dew, really any of those big, scary-looking energy drinks over 40?
The bigger and brighter the can.
Yeah, like if the can has a tattoo on it, you should not be drinking that can over 40 years old. It's going to hurt you, man.
So we had a sales girl, good-looking chick,
Okay.
years ago. She looked healthy, you know what I'm saying? Nice frame, nice clipper.
God, you gross-ass bitch.
No,
Go back
she
to
was, I
serve
know.
me-
I said she was nice.
Go back to serve me fudgicles in the men's room. That creeps me out less.
So 2 things she would eat, which always creeped me out, were Lunchables. Like she would sit at her desk and eat a Lunchable. And the other thing was she would eat a Happy Meal. Now I'm talking like a grown-ass woman.
That's weird.
Eating a Happy Meal at her desk.
That's really weird.
Yeah.
Good-looking,
'Cause it comes
well-dressed,
with a
Happy
toy.
Meal.
Like, what are you doing
Yeah,
with
so
that?
I don't think she put the hat on. And
Well, not the
whatever you
hat.
get.
I'm talking
Okay,
about
we've had this
Burger King.
argument several times. That's Burger King. That's not
But
McDonald's.
it always comes with like a little collectible toy.
I don't. Maybe she gave it to her kid or something. I don't know. But like those Lunchables, I'm going. That look weird, like bologna and crackers.
Let's talk about the Lunchables, though.
Yeah.
The only reason I don't eat Lunchables as a 37-year-old man is because it's not enough food. If they made adult Lunchables, I would eat one of those every
There's your
day.
idea.
Well, it's called a sandwich.
Oh, they already got those?
No, but if they made adult portion Lunchables, I would buy those.
I do know a lot of parents, because they have them in the house at all times, that will be seen drinking like kids' drinks, like a juice box or like a
Like a
Capri
juice
Sun.
box? You
Yes.
don't put it in a glass?
No, because I mean, you just stick the straw in. You know
That's
what I mean?
weird. But they do make champagne now in juice boxes.
They
That's
do.
called
They
for
do.
alcoholics.
Yes, yes, it is.
To Kimmy's point, if no one's around, I will drink a Capri Sun.
No, but what if you're at work?
A Capri Sun? No,
Hey, yeah.
No, I'm not going
Yeah.
to let people see me doing that. Because first of all, getting the straw in the Capri Sun's embarrassing.
Because you got to like harpoon it. Right?
Yeah, but if you miss and like the
Yeah.
straw
Yeah.
bends,
Goes
then you got a
through.
problem. Or you put it through the bottom and now you're leaking, right?
Yeah.
The only person that can nail that are junkies.
252 WCMF. Yesterday, one of our coworkers, I caught him like he's doing something wrong, eating a Slim Jim. He's in his mid-50s, late 50s. He was eating a Slim Jim as a mid-morning snack. And I hadn't seen anybody eat a Slim Jim in like 15, 20 years, let alone a grown-ass man.
And they smell, too. Like, Slim Jims have a scent to them.
Yeah, they do.
Like, you can't wash that off all day. So, like, you're going to go to work and smell like a goddamn Slim Jim.
It's true. Matt tweets at us, Macho Man Randy Savage was snapping into Slim Jims until the day he died, and he made it to like 60. Not the best example,
Yeah,
I
no,
don't think.
no.
I also got hit in the head with, like, folding chairs.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Frank. Hey, Frank, what's up, buddy? You're on CMF.
Now, I agree with you on the Slim Jim stuff. However, they do make a good beef stick out west where we have our cottage up by the Amish make them, and they're pretty good. However,
Sure, those are beef sticks?
I eat a popsicle every night, sugar-free, cherry, grape, or orange, while I'm watching TV. I have for goddamn years, I think.
Okay, I feel like, Frank, you can age back into the popsicle, because how old are you, Frank? You're in your 70s, right?
I was just 77 2 weeks ago.
You still are. Happy birthday, Frank. No,
Thank
I feel
you,
like
thank you.
I feel like once you hit 70, popsicle is back on the menu again, because you see a lot of older folks eating popsicles all over the place.
And animal crackers.
Oh, I love
eat
animal crackers.
Yeah. I never got
I
animal
love
crackers.
Are we okay? Hold on, Frank. Are you talking about the plain ones or the iced animal crackers?
No, just the plain ones. Just the plain ones.
Yeah,
My
but you
wife
also
wouldn't let me eat the sugar ones.
But he's an old school doper, though.
Old school doper.
He is. He don't count.
Yeah. Well, they're not bad. The animal crackers, especially when I'm out in the summertime looking at the water and I smoking a little weed, and I have these animal crackers with me to snack on all the time. Yeah.
Frank,
They're good.
you're living the dream, buddy. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it.
All right. Have a good one, guys.
You too. We got folks on hold. We'll get there in a sec. We had a lot of folks writing us on Instagram right now because we had asked what foods make you uncomfortable seeing someone over 40 eating them.
Yeah.
Kyle writes us, fruit roll-ups.
All right. Yeah.
I like fruit roll-ups, but they're too sweet.
They're weird. It's like a sweet condom.
How would you know?
I asked your mom.
And he also says Fun Dip. Are you familiar with Fun Dip?
No, that sounds gross.
Fun Dip is that thing. It comes in a bag. It comes with that white sugar stick. You lick the stick and you stick it in the sugar and you lick the sugar
So it's
off
just
the
sugar
stick.
on a stick?
That's exactly what it is.
Genius. Dumb thing to sell people.
Kimmy, you remember Fun Dips, right?
Oh, yeah. Those still around, I would think.
Would it bother you if your husband came out of the gas station on a road trip with a Fun Dip?
Because you know what it is about that, too? It's not even so much the look of eating it. It's like you shouldn't even like that anymore. Like, that shouldn't even be a food that you enjoy eating.
Just flavored sugar. It's a pixie stick.
I know, but there are certain things as a kid that I loved that just gross me out now. Like, because I used to love, like, really super sweet sour candies as a kid. And now I look at that stuff and I'm like, I don't even have... like a craving for it anymore.
Well, because your face got stuck like
She's not a normal person. Can I tell you something else? And we'll go to the phones because my wife's now at work and she can't hear me.
Yeah.
Grown people eating gummies of any kind bothers me.
Really?
Because my wife loves gummies and like.
Yeah, but now with the edibles, it's hard to know, right?
Well, like that. Well, no, you're not handfulling edibles, you idiot.
Oh.
Because no, like my wife, she likes gummies. So like at night, like before she goes to bed, like she'll like eat it. She has gummy sharks right now, and she'll eat them, and it like bothers her.
So here's the thing: like, I don't know how adult people can do that if you've had any dental work, because like that stuff just gets like stuck in there. Like you have to immediately go floss that stuff out.
Again, like all these things we're naming, my dad currently has in his pantry. He
Really?
loves Swedish fish.
Which is
and those are like
basically
the
same thing, right?
like yeah, but I don't get those. Destroy your teeth.
Well, he is Swedish. It's part of his culture.
Sure, yeah.
252 WCMF 252-9263 with one of our coworkers eating a Slim Jim in his 50s yesterday. The food that bothers you watching people over 40 eat. Let's talk to Brian. Hey, Brian, what's up, buddy?
Oh, not a lot. You guys were talking about things like Lunchables and stuff like that.
Yep.
The gamer community is big on those.
I believe
like
that.
The traditional Lunchables?
Yeah, because they're quick and easy, and you can eat it while you're playing your video games.
That doesn't seem like an easy... Like the pizzas? The little Lunchable pizzas? That seems like it would be difficult to make.
They don't go for the pizza one because, like you said, it takes too much.
Okay.
Isn't it mostly like
I like
bologna cheese on a
Yeah,
cracker?
it's like
Yeah,
almost
the ham,
little
the ham, the
charcuterie
turkey,
boards.
the bologna.
Yeah. Well, and it's funny you say that because in fact, Patriarch tweets us. He said there is an adult Lunchable. It's called a charcuterie board.
Yeah.
Those
All
suck.
right.
But Brian, let me ask you this: are you a gamer? Are you that guy?
You know where he is.
Yes.
It sounds like gamers never have any restrictions on what food they eat at any age. Because I see guys in like Mario t-shirts all the time in their 40s drinking Slurpees and eating Slim Jims and doing stuff like that.
Me personally, I wouldn't go with the Slurpee because I attribute that with childhood.
Not gaming?
But definitely, like, while I'm gaming at night after work, I'm definitely eating a Lunchable or a Slim Jim because it, at least in my mind, pretends to be nutritious.
So there's going to be no senior league for gamers. If you're eating bologna and cheese thinking that's a healthy option
But how many of
while
those
you
do you
sit
have
on
to,
your ass.
How many of those do you have to eat though before you're full? I mean, that's a small amount
Yeah,
of
that's
food.
not going to fill up your old man.
No.
Yeah, but when you're gaming like for a couple of hours a night, 2, maybe 3.
Okay.
Wait, you eat 3 Lunchables?
He's got a 3 Lunchable a night habit. Hey, Brian, thank you for all the Lunchable insight, buddy. We appreciate it.
No problem.
All right, there goes.
It's got more sodium than the Dead Sea.
You cannot be healthy.
What
3
do you-
Lunchables a night.
Just buy some bologna and cheese, man.
No, it's different. It's a different kind of
Well,
bologna.
because it's hand size. It's cut circular,
No,
right?
I'm telling you, the bologna and the Lunchables taste differently, and they're both made by Oscar Mayer, I think, but I don't know what's different about it.
Higher in bologna.
Okay, all right, so we got more tweets coming in. I see you guys on hold. Give me one sec. So Scott tweets at us that they do make adult Lunchables, but I'm looking at it. It says,
Comes with wine?
It says natural slow roasted turkey, white cheddar cheese, and cracker. No, that sucks.
Not the same.
Yeah, 15 grams of protein. No, I want old
Bologna.
school Lunchables.
You want bologna?
For my hands.
Mm-hmm.
My size hands.
All right.
252 WCMF. We'll take one more call. Let's get Mike in here. Mike, you got the last word, buddy. What's going on?
Yeah, they have subs for Lunchables too.
Okay.
But I'm a truck driver. I stop every single morning. I'm 51 years old. I'll be 52 this year.
That's the way that works.
I buy a 6-pack of Mountain Dew.
Okay.
I buy a Jack Link Slim Jim.
Okay.
Teriyaki flavor.
That's a good one.
Asian style.
And a package of crackers.
Okay.
And I eat that every single day while I'm driving.
I would like to amend what Tommy said because, he said I'm 51, to be 52. That's how that works. Based on what he just described, no, it's not. No, it's not. Mike,
And that's how he starts his day.
Yeah,
he ain't done.
What's lunch, Mike?
Lunch, I don't know, stop and get a slice of pizza or whatever.
I'm so goddamn jealous of this guy.
Me too.
And I'm very skinny, too.
Fast metabolism.
Yeah.
God, I hate people like him.
I do, too.
All right, well, Mike, you suck. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. You guys have a good day.
You too.
He's going to be that guy that lives to 100, and that's going to
Yep.
be his diet all the way through.
I've been drinking 6-pack of Mountain Dew every day.
Yeah, but his urine is purple. His urine is some
I would
weird-ass
take
color.
purple urine if I could eat whatever I want.
Worst Prince song of all time, by the way.
Purple urine, purple urine.
Let's take a break.
Didn't think we'd get there today.
We find a way, Kim.
Yeah.
All the marbles this weekend.
Oh, yeah.
The Bills are in a situation where if they win, they have arguably their easiest road to a Super Bowl they've had under Sean McDermott. If they lose, they could be out of the playoffs entirely.
Darned.
It's over, right?
Yeah.
So you would expect the odds for the Bills to make the Super Bowl to be long.
Mm-hmm.
And you'd be wrong.
No kidding.
Because as much anxiety as Bills fans have for Sunday, it doesn't seem that there's any in Vegas.
Damn.
And we'll tell you the story next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. The closer we get to Sunday night as Bills fans, the more that butterfly in your stomach starts to grow. Come on, man. You need it. You need it bad. But this information may make you feel a little bit better.
Right.
Because folks who are the experts not only have the Bills sitting pretty this weekend, they have the Bills sitting pretty for the next couple of weekends. You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 8 o'clock. It's Wednesday. You know what that means?
Well, we can get our hate on.
That's right. Hate Mail of the Week. A man who seems to be upset that a kid who went missing from our area is alive. And he's not the only one.
Right.
And we'll get into it just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. All right, so the Bills play the Dolphins, we know, in primetime Sunday night, a game you can listen to live CMF. It's the last game of the NFL regular season. If the Bills win this game, they are the 2 seed in the AFC and arguably have the easiest path to the Super Bowl they have ever had under McDermott. With a loss, they could be the 6 seed. They could be the 7 seed as wild cards. It's more likely, Kimmy, with a loss, they entirely miss the playoffs.
Yeah. Just based on what they need to have happen with other teams.
You got it. The 2 teams that would have to lose are playing other teams that have nothing to play for. So odds are more likely they'd be out than in without a win.
All right.
Despite that, the Bills have the second best odds in the AFC to make the Super Bowl.
So it's Baltimore than them, I'm guessing.
Yep, the Ravens are plus 140. They've secured the first seed in the bye. The Bills are second at plus 350.
Damn.
It is entirely possible the Bills can miss the playoffs entirely. And as we sit here, they have the second best odds to make the Super Bowl coming out of the AFC. In fact, they have almost doubled up the team they play on Sunday, Miami, who is plus 650 to make the Super Bowl. Even stranger.
So they're not high on Miami, then.
No, Miami, who could have locked a 1 seed in last week if they didn't take that beating from Baltimore, doesn't show up until 4. Even the Chiefs, who have been playing like garbage, are ahead of them at 4th. Or in 3rd. Miami is 4th.
Oh. So Miami's got a lot of injuries, though, right?
Miami is real banged up.
Okay.
Real banged up. And it's a lot of key pieces, too.
Okay.
So, I mean, look, I'm one of these guys that wants to see best on best. So it kind of sucks because Dolphins fan looks for any excuse when things go south.
But every team has to deal with injuries.
Yeah, but that's just it. The Bills are missing Matt Milano and Tre'Davious
Right.
White.
So it's a
they got hurt early.
Exactly. So, yes, you're right. It's a wash. But Dolphins fan. Kimmy, does this make you feel better about Sunday?
Well, the good thing or bad thing, I guess, about Sunday is the Bills are going to know what they have to do by the time they play.
Oh, because they play so late.
Yeah,
it won't be a waiting game. So, like, let's say if they were playing at 1 o'clock and they lose and they got to wait for everything else to shake out, that would suck.
They could be in.
We're going to know one way or the other after Sunday night.
The Bills could have a wild card spot by Saturday night.
Without even playing.
Yes,
Sunday.
the Steelers play the Ravens on Saturday.
But is that good or bad for the team? Because usually the coaches don't want you to know any of that stuff, right? They want to keep you blind.
To that point, Kimmy, you brought up something yesterday off air.
Well, yeah. So, a lot of Bills fans especially had their eyes on that Dolphins Ravens game Sunday afternoon as they were playing the same time as the Bills. And usually they'll show all the out-of-town scores on the scoreboard as the games are happening and during breaks. That was the one game that they left off the scoreboard.
Sean McDermott went out of his way to tell the stadium
He did not
staff.
want those guys to know.
But that's happened before in football.
I don't remember them ever holding out
Not the
fan
Bills,
information.
but I think he's right.
But like key games, they don't want they don't show them.
Yeah. No, I want the Bills to know where they are.
Yeah.
Because, look, I think even if you're in, you want that second seed. They know what's at stake. They've done this 3 times before. They fully understand how hard that road to the playoffs is going to be, playing as a 6 or a 7 as opposed to playing as the 2. I mean, look, if Saturday night I will feel a lot better.
As a fan, it's better.
Saturday night is Steelers-Ravens. We don't know but the Ravens have nothing to play for. We'll see what happens there. It's possible that Mason Rudolph, who has been starting a quarterback for the Steelers and playing really well, turns back into a pumpkin, and it's a disaster for Pittsburgh. That would be ideal. The Bills need why am I blanking on the second team they need to lose? Jaguars.
Yeah.
Jaguars.
Yes.
To lose to the Browns.
Didn't somebody just throw a drink at a Jags game?
That would be the
owner of the
Carolina Panthers, David
Oh,
Tepper.
yeah, that's
threw
what it
a
was.
drink on a Jags fan.
Tepper's got it.
Whoops.
Tepper.
Probably a high-end drink, though.
So as we tell you about how the Bills, despite having not locked up a playoff spot, have the second best odds to make the Super Bowl, according to Vegas, in the AFC, if you are a degenerate gambler looking to make money on the best value, it could be the Browns.
All right.
The Browns are plus 1,800 to win the AFC and make it to the Super Bowl. Their defense is playing great. 79-year-old Joe Flacco is playing out of his mind right off the couch.
But that has to flame out.
He could, and the defense could save them.
Yeah, all right.
All right, listen to this.
All right.
The Browns, as the 5 seed, will have a relatively easy matchup with the winner of the AFC South. It's either Jacksonville, Indianapolis, or Houston.
Mm-hmm.
Then, even if they have to play the Ravens next, the Browns have already beaten the Ravens once this season. It's not crazy to think the Browns could make the Super Bowl out of the AFC if the Bills don't make the playoffs.
I would say this: if the Bills didn't go to the Super Bowl, that would be the one team you'd want to see go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, it would be cool.
I mean, because they're in the same boat.
Well, unless they play each other, in which case.
No, I'm saying like to go to the Super Bowl. If the Bills didn't go, I would root for Cleveland.
No, I get what you're saying. Well, I'm all Detroit if the Bills are out.
Detroit.
Detroit deserves
Detroit.
it. Detroit deserves it.
Cleveland would be frustrating because it's a team that you wouldn't think would get there before the Bills. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Detroit's one of those towns
I think
that
it'd
had
be more
everything.
frustrating to watch Cleveland get into the Super Bowl.
Especially after making the decision to sign a guy, a monster, Deshaun Watson. Oh, yeah, you backed into the Super Bowl. No, F them. You were saying, I'm sorry?
No, I've never been a fan of Detroit.
I don't get you.
The town that had everything pissed it all away. So please.
Yeah, I hear you. As we do our show in the shadow of the Kodak building.
They had the auto industry.
Bro, Xerox, Bausch and Lomb, Kodak, dead. How are you speaking right now? You idiot. The O is out on the Kodak side.
They did General Motors. There was a guy fixing it.
By the way, General Motors still exists. We had a chance to make medicines in Rochester. They blew it in 15 hours. Detroit really screwed it up, huh? Idiot. All right, so if you have faith in your Buffalo Bills.
An exciting weekend, really, right?
Bro.
Come on.
Just I can't.
Saturday, Sunday, a lot to watch.
Having to wait for this primetime game is going to be torture. My daughter's got 2 hockey games that day, too.
Well, at least that'll take your mind off. You don't have to sit around and drink
like Mammon.
It's already started.
Well, wait, your Kodak mouth shut down, too.
By what?
Coach, shut up. It's Wednesday, it's 8 o'clock. You know what that means.
Hate.
It's
hate. Hating.
This story was a celebratory
I
story.
don't get how they could find anything negative in this.
It's not just this man who wrote us this letter, and he's pissed. And he's pissed at the take we have along with this kid. We got Facebook messages after we had this discussion along the same vein. And we will get into all of it and tell you the story next in a Hate Mail of the Week here in the Break Room on 96.5 WCMF. It's a story no one saw ending with joy, right? A
college
kid college kid missing for over a month, no trace of him anywhere, and this family beside themselves with grief. Then, just before we went on our little break, amazing news. Kid was found, he was safe, he was healthy.
Holiday miracle.
Everything was good.
Yeah, the kid walked out of the woods.
You got it. Well, it was good for some folks.
Yeah.
For others, not so much. Because according to these people, this kid, who folks were looking for, needs to atone for what he did. Even though the kid didn't do anything.
And he's not technically a kid.
You're hanging out in the break room? Yeah, no, you're right. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. It's Wednesday, it's 8 o'clock. It's time for Hate Mail of the Week. And right before we went on our 2-week break, exactly 2 weeks ago, we got some of the best news of 2023. Matthew Grant, the RIT wrestler missing since before Thanksgiving, was found. And for those who don't remember the story, he left his apartment one day, just took off. He left his phone behind, he left his wallet behind, and he disappeared. And anybody that has had family that has gone through that stuff, you know that's not good when the phone and wallet are left behind.
Right.
The kid liked to hike, so folks were checking in the Adirondacks. There was a sighting of his car in Syracuse, so folks looked around there. But searches of all those areas, which his family was present at for all of, they produced nothing.
Yeah.
Then on December 12th, the story goes, someone spotted him on a trail in Pennsylvania. The next day, as people were searching for him, he walked into a police station. He asked to use the phone. He called his mom.
Yeah.
Said, I'm ready to come home. And then he was at home with his family in Michigan, where he lives. We don't know why he left. We don't know what brought him to those trails in Pennsylvania. And in all honesty, it's none of our business.
Right.
In fact, when we had this discussion the day the kid was found, the big question was what, if anything, he did wrong.
Right.
He left. He's a grown-ass man. Sure, his family can be upset, but outside of them, what are you upset about? Well, some people disagreed.
Yeah.
In fact, one man wrote us a letter about it because not only does he want answers, he wants cold, hard cash, buddy.
What do you mean cash? For what?
Actual physical letters sent through the mail telling us we suck. Now, by the way, this was written by a man.
Yes.
But Kimmy had to read it for us this morning. So enjoy your Kimmy read, man-written Hate Mail of the Week.
I turn on the radio this morning and I hear your asinine takes on how a month-long manhunt for a kid who walked out on everyone should just end here with no further questions or punishment. How can you say something like that? This is a grown man we're talking about, something you said yourself. How does he not know what he did would bring this response? He had people risking their safety all over the state of New York looking for him out in the wilderness. There were, I'm sure, tens of thousands of dollars minimum spent on planes and helicopters and technology looking for him. And you say he should just get to go home and not answer for any of it? That kid should be in jail. He should be charged with fraud, and he should be forced to repay whatever our tax dollars spent trying to find him. It's not our job to play hide and seek with some millennial who is having a bad day. Hold him responsible as you would hold someone who kidnaps responsible, and stop handling stories like this with kid gloves, or we're going to see more of this crap. Sincerely, Mark.
All right, so Mark, first off, a couple things right off the bat. One, the kid wouldn't be a millennial, he'd be Gen Z.
Yeah.
Folks 25 and under, Gen Z. So note to all you older people listening, if you want to yell about kids now.
It's not millennials anymore.
Nope, you got to yell about Gen Z. Second, real quick, I don't know how you would hold someone responsible for kidnapping themselves.
Yes, yeah, that'd be really hard.
Yeah.
And, well, because it can't even happen because you have to be kidnapped against your own will.
And you can always just let yourself go.
Yeah, exactly. Well, if you negotiate with yourself the right way.
So I don't remember. Was there like a big legitimate manhunt? I know they were looking for him, but I mean, they weren't like sending like, like when they said like a string of people going through the woods looking. I don't remember any of that stuff.
I don't know. It's possible.
I mean, I know they had it out there like as an alert.
I'm sure it still took some resources. I mean, they did investigate things when there were sightings.
Right.
Look, I mean, to be honest, I'm naive to it. I have no idea.
And the kid's of age. He's not a minor.
No, he's a grown person. He's over 21, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so he's an adult that took a walk.
You got it. And that's just it. The most important question we have to answer here, and I want everyone listening to really think about this.
What's up?
What did he do wrong? From a legal...
He scared his parents.
Okay, from a legal standpoint.
Nothing.
What you said, I get his family may be upset, and they have that right. They're his family. But also, even in that way, when you find him alive after thinking he was dead for a month, they had to. I mean, look, you had to start thinking that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. The longer it goes,
Even those feelings, Tommy, could have disappeared, the feelings of anger. What legal thing did this kid do that would have gotten him in any trouble? Does he not have the freedom to go wherever he wants?
Yeah, he does.
Right?
And he didn't try to pull a move like, disappear because of some sketchy situation.
Not as far as we know.
The kid just wanted to test himself, it sounded like.
Well, I mean, whatever it
like
is.
off the grid.
Look, let's say the kid didn't want to be in college anymore.
Right.
Let's say the kid didn't want to talk to folks he knows anymore. Let's
I've been there.
Let's say he didn't want to live the life he was living anymore. From a law standpoint, what responsibility does he have to handle that before he goes? Because I'm having a hard time figuring out legally what he did wrong.
There ain't. There can't be anything.
And if I'm being naive, tell me. 252-WCMF, 252-9263.
I think you also run a risk because this guy wants, punishment involved
and money.
And if there is somebody who goes through something like this and they're struggling with something, knowing you could face punishment for doing that thing, why would that would not encourage anybody to come forward and be like, oh, I had a moment that, that could be dangerous for some people.
Great point. Yeah, the kid decides he wants to stay in the woods a little bit longer, and who knows, with a storm or whatever. Look,
because they're afraid of consequences.
So this is as insane as this letter is. We got from, was it Mark?
Yes, Mark.
Okay.
Yeah.
We got a bunch of Facebook messages just like Mark's letter after we talked about this. And what all of them failed to mention is why this kid should be held responsible for, in all reality, going on a trip.
Right.
Because wouldn't you like the ability to go and do whatever you want to do without the law getting involved?
And you can.
Right? He didn't cross any international borders.
No.
He didn't marry anyone. He didn't buy a dog. Why would there need to be paperwork involved in any of this?
None of it.
What's his responsibility?
I mean, you could do this yourself. If you wanted to disappear, you're under you have children and stuff, but you could.
Yeah, no. Well, I am married. I would have a responsibility to my wife.
I don't think anything legally could be done.
Are you sure?
Is there
I've
like
known
an
guys
abandonment
there've been guys
thing?
that abandoned their families and moved on to other towns and took jobs, and I didn't see them hanging out in Attica and bad dad wing.
Yeah, but if somebody wanted to press charges, could they?
What would the charge be?
Abandonment? I don't know.
I mean,
if you have kids.
Could you Google what? Because I wouldn't be paying child support if I just disappeared. That would be illegal.
But you would have to file for child support.
My wife.
Like, let's say you're not legal to divorce yet.
Okay.
Your marriage is fine. You bolt. But you haven't filed any divorce papers, nothing.
That's a good question. I don't know.
I'm under no legal obligation to pay your child support if I haven't filed for child support.
Yeah, it's more complicated, obviously, when there's kids. That seems like what you're going to get in trouble for.
Can you Google the definition of because I know abandonment is a charge.
Child abandonment laws?
Yeah.
Because the mother's still there, so the child's not completely abandoned. There's just one parent missing.
Are you arguing for men running away from their families?
No. Gals can run away, too.
Yeah, it says situations where a parent or guardian intentionally abandons a child may rise to a felony, especially with an infant or young child.
Okay, but that's like the kid alone. Okay, none of this matters.
Yeah.
There are two problems with people that are being shown bright with this letter from Mark and the Facebook messages we got after. And I see you guys on hold, 252-WCMF. One, people think they're owed explanations when they're not.
Right. None of your damn business.
In some of these Facebook messages we got about this wrestler from RIT missing for a month and then being found again, people want to talk about his mental state and why he did what he did. And frankly, like I said, that's none of our business. Just because we follow the story for a month doesn't mean we're guaranteed an ending and all the details. This ain't a movie.
No.
Right? The kid doesn't owe anybody anything. Problem number two, just because you did a good thing doesn't mean you're owed anything. So there's this guy, Randy, who wrote us on Facebook.
What did he say?
I would like to read you a quote from Randy's Facebook message. Quote, I shared the post that he was missing 3 times a week, and my sister went and helped look for him where she lived in the North Country. It's time she wasted and I wasted, and he just gets to go home.
Nobody asked you to do a goddamn thing, bro.
And I would think if you're somebody that, was really invested and cared enough to volunteer your time and go out of your way to do those things, you'd just be happy that the person was found. That's the goal, right?
I didn't get to find him.
The
Sucks.
person.
That's just it.
Wasn't even worth my time.
No, you're right.
Like you're thankful that, everything worked out okay.
Randy also wanted this kid punished, right? Like, you're not happy he's safe. You're demanding he's punished. Was your sister just hoping she would find a body?
Right.
Is that what your problem is? I didn't get to
You
find
didn't get the credit?
Body? Like, it's the strangest phenomenon, man. And it happens all the time around here. We care for people until we see something we don't like.
Yeah.
And then we kill them for it. Karen Klein, bullied bus driver. You remember her?
Oh, yeah.
Back in Greece. Everyone loved that woman. They felt terrible for her.
She got picked on by the kids.
Yeah, and then she started getting donations that she did not ask for, and it hit $1 million, and everybody turned on her.
Oh, they did.
And she
They
had
wanted
nothing to
her
do
to
with that.
spend it a certain way.
Yeah, but it's
act a certain way.
Not your money. She didn't ask for it. It's hers
No.
now. She can do what you want. The family of Brittany Drexel, the girl who went missing on
Yes.
spring break all those years ago, that family was taken care of, and everybody felt for them. Until some people didn't like how they handled themselves while looking for their kid while they're grieving down in the care or wherever they were.
Yeah.
And they turned on them publicly, openly saying things. So here's the moral of the story with this wrestling kid, with the bus driver, with the family of Brittany Drexel, with other stories we've seen. If something horrible happens to you, enjoy the 2 weeks you get before everyone decides you're the worst person.
Don't go out for a drink.
Why do we do this, Tommy?
Don't be seen at a drive-thru or laughing.
Why do we do this?
Because everybody wants to get in everybody's business, man. When nobody can, just leave people alone.
Because everybody thinks, well, that's not how I would have done it.
Yes, the self-righteous.
Yeah.
Okay.
There are just people that just want to tell you how to live.
But it's so hypocritical because those same people would be like, well, I do my thing and don't judge me for what I do. Well, what the hell?
I know.
All right, I'm going to read this Instagram message point blank. So whatever. All right, here we go. This is from Mitch. Mitch said, the kid's a huge dick for doing this. Anyone that hikes often knows if you don't go with someone, at least let someone know where you're going. What did he think was going to happen when you leave your phone and wallet behind for an extended period? Even if you're having a bad day, it's super selfish. Selfish, fine.
It's illegal to be selfish.
Yeah. Where's the law?
I've been doing it for my entire life.
No, you should be locked up for it. Where's the law? What does he owe?
Nobody. He doesn't even owe his parents anything, technically.
I mean, I'm with you, but there's a debate to be had.
I know, but it's not legally. You can tell your parents, screw you, man. I took some time to myself.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Mark writes us a letter talking about the story of the wrestler from RIT. Went missing for about a month. He was found fine in Pennsylvania. Mark and a bunch of people who wrote us on Facebook after we talked about it wants this kid held responsible, punished, have to pay for all the money that went to finding the kid. Let's talk to Jimmy. Hey, Jimmy, what's up, buddy?
Listen, I'm going to tell you something. When I was a kid growing up, I remember being told, you bring your wallet with you, even if it's just your library card. We'd go on long bike rides. If something happens and a cop comes and you get in an accident, they need to know who you are. This isn't about, no, I don't think anybody should be punished. But you know something? I'm 61 years old. I was raised with values. I don't know how old you guys are, but I was raised with values where, you take some responsibility. My God, you leave your wallet and phone at home and you go to another city. And, I understand how these people feel. I mean, then you got to spend taxpayers' money to go look for him. I'm watching it on the news. Yeah, I was happy he was found and he was okay, but you're thinking to yourself, oh, really?
Okay.
You don't.
All right, Jimmy. I'll ask you one question. What law did he break?
I didn't say he broke laws. It's a matter of, listen, you guys know that the law is one way, and reality and your values and the way you're raised is totally different. What the law says is one thing. You would think you'd raise your kid to bring the wallet, so if he gets hurt, they know who he is.
No, but Jimmy, here's the thing. You want to talk about values. Your values are different than my values are different than Tommy's values are different than Kimmy's values. You start pushing your own values on other people, that becomes a problem.
No, I'm not saying that kids should get in trouble, but we live in this me world, me society where, I'll do what I want. It's legal. I mean, I really do feel for everybody that went out and looked for this kid, and
nobody asked him.
And they found him.
And they found, and he. By the way, great job looking for him because the kid just walked out of the woods by himself. He went to the cops and said, "Hey, here I am. Can I call my mom?"
Nobody had any idea he was in Pennsylvania.
But there was nobody's. But like, if you want to go search, go search. But nobody asked you.
Yeah, but let's.
Again, hey, you know who used to travel with no papers? Everybody that went west when this country was formed, and those guys claimed to have all kind of values. Well, they didn't get to San Francisco. Okay, where's your license, man? Where's your values?
Are you sure though they didn't have any kind of paperwork?
What would it be, man?
I don't know.
A stone with your initials on it.
Show me your stone. Show me your stone right now. Freeze.
Never ask a cowboy to show you his stone.
Listen. I was watching Inside Edition one day, and they did a segment how these mountain climbers got hurt, and it took them so much money to go and get a helicopter to go get them out, and they went after these people. They're starting to go after people when they do something stupid and it costs us money. I mean, times are changing where this does cost a lot of money to go look for people, and it drains the resources. Instead of the guy ripping off your car getting caught, the cops have to go look for somebody who forgot to bring his wallet with him.
All right.
It makes you
Jimmy,
wonder.
I hear you. It makes you wonder, Jimmy. Thank you for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the
Thank
day.
you.
These young hippies with their no wallets burning their draft cards.
I don't get the anger.
I don't either, man. I don't get the morals of having my wallet. Who's your morality?
252 WCMF. Let's take one more call because folks have been waiting, and I apologize. Pete's got the last word. Hey, Petey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, so like a month and a half ago, I'm getting ready in the morning, and my wife all of a sudden starts screaming, "There's someone in our house." And I'm like, "What the hell's going on?"
And you're like, "No, it's me."
So like,
sorry, go ahead.
So I get out and I go downstairs, and there's a random guy in our basement, and he's got to be mid-70s, early 80s, and he was missing from Pennsylvania.
What? When? He's in your house?
He was. So, like, back in the fall when it was warm, when I took the kids out, I just left the garage door open because usually I was leaving like 15, 20 minutes later. So the guy just walked in my garage, walked down to the basement, walked up my stairs, and was trying. You know, he was just trying to get gas. He ran out of gas and parked in our driveway and wanted help to get gas.
Was he like confused, or was he all there?
I hope so.
Oh yeah. The long story short was his wife didn't know that he was gone.
Oh,
His
so
daughter
Doreen
lived
and Weeze were in your house.
No, but his son had to come from the Bronx to pick him up.
Holy cow!
Wow.
Holy
That's
cow.
a long walk from the Bronx.
Well, Pete, I mean, thank
Hope
God.
he brought his wallet.
Thank God you guys were cool. Pete, how long was he in your house before like his son got there?
No, what ended up happening was me and the sheriff, we ended up bringing him to a hotel in Brockport, dropped his car off, sheriff brought me back home, and I think it was the next day we went to Brockport and the car was still there, so I don't know how long he was there before his son got there.
God, what a story.
Well, Pete, I'm glad it all worked out for you, man. Jeez.
That's wild.
It was just the most random, bizarre thing that could possibly happen that just shows up in your house.
Well, yeah, no, you're not kidding. It doesn't get crazier than that. Well, let's hope it doesn't get crazier than that. Pete, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. All right, take care. Let's take a break. Tommy, you ever heard the phrase bumping into geniuses?
Not really.
There are people you meet on a
Doesn't
date.
happen around this place.
No, but it does. Because there are people that you will meet on a yearly, monthly, daily basis, even in Rochester, New York, that you will talk to and you have no idea what these people have done in their past.
But they're a genius.
Brilliant, amazing things. Now, genius oversells it. But, like, for example, we're going to tell you about a man who lives in a West Side suburb who is a music legend. Legitimate, no argument.
Wait, he's a legend? I would know him then.
No, you do not know this name. You might, actually.
Right.
Maybe, no, you will. He started one of the most influential bands in this genre's history. And if you walked by this guy...
And he lives here.
And he lives right here, and he's lived here for years, and you had no idea. And if you walk by him in Wegmans, you would have no idea.
On.
And the amount of people that have this background in Rochester is stunning.
Wow.
And we'll get into it next in the break room. 96.5 WCMF. Rochester loves any connection to celebrity.
Oh, sure.
We'll claim folks that spent literal seconds in Rochester before they became famous. John Lithgow. But what about folks who did their work and then settled in Rochester after?
So they're here.
Yes.
Wow.
You may not know this man's name, but the work he did in the 80s set the stage for some of the most popular music over the next 20 years.
So he's like an inventor.
He is.
Right,
Okay, don't be a dick already. You don't even know what I'm going to tell you.
A trendsetter. A pioneer.
He's a trend center? Is that next to Rent-A-Center?
Yes. Is he a pioneer?
Yes. No.
We'd have to be.
No, there is no argument this man's a pioneer. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF. We'll jump right into it.
I can't wait to hear about this fabulous man.
Tommy, have you ever heard of Dan Liker?
Nope.
Liker.
Liker?
Liker. He lives in Gates. He's in his late 60s.
All right.
And he's a metal legend. Metal music. Rock music.
Really?
Yes. Dan, along with guitarist Scott Ian, founded the band Anthrax. He's one of the founding fathers of heavy metal music.
No kidding.
And he spent the next 40 years of his life living that lifestyle.
So he was on the road.
Yep, he traveled the world
So he's gotta be
touring,
rich.
making music. He played in metal bands like Nuclear Assault, SOD, Brutal Truth. He's made a living making music.
Well, I think Anthrax would have been the big one.
Well, I mean, that's the one that everyone's heard of.
Right.
Right? But he's been in this metal game forever, and old heads in the metal game hold this gentleman in high regard.
So his house has got to be like a shrine.
He lives in Gates.
But I'm saying, like, people must go to his house.
Well, that's just it. Now he's just a regular guy living here in town.
But they know of him. I think these people want to seek him out.
So last week, Spectrum News caught up with Dan, and they did a profile on him. So it turns out, Tommy, he's lived in Rochester over the last 20 years with his wife.
But he's not from here.
No, he's not. He's
So
from
she's from here,
New
probably.
York City. I don't know.
All right.
They don't get into that. But he met her at a metal festival. And he says after...
The monsters of metal.
That's probably what it was.
Yeah.
He says after 40 years on the road, he decided to get off, live a normal life.
So he's got to be huge in Europe. Because I know they used to have those
Big
metal...
in Europe.
Because they used to have, like, in Germany, they would have these, like, 5-day, 6-day festivals in these stadiums of this music. So he must be a god over there.
I don't know. Look, I'll be honest with you, because when it comes to metal, it's not my most...
No, but everybody knew somebody that was into it, especially if you're my age.
Like, for folks that listen to this kind of music, is Dan Liker, is he someone
A
that you
god.
would see and go, oh my God?
Is he a metal god?
I mean, you
Pretty
co-found
cool.
Anthrax.
So he's got to be rich.
I don't know, because right now he works at a precision optics company 5 minutes from his house in Gates.
Wow.
It's just a job. Oh, by the way, he got that job because some fans recognized him at a bar, and they started talking about what they did, and he was like, oh, that sounds like fun, and he just started working there.
So he could be... all right.
I mean, look, after 40 years on the road, he doesn't want to travel anymore. He works at this precision optics company. He says he's super happy, enjoys the work that he does, and he just likes to sleep in his own bed.
I want to know what he looks like. Like, does years in a row doing metal, did they make him withered, or did he just look like a regular guy?
He looks like exactly what you think he looks like as a guy who performed in a metal band.
So he looks rough.
Well, I mean, and what
Like, does he
60-year-old,
still have
50-something-year-old doesn't?
No, but he's seen... Bro, if he's been in metal back in the day with no rules, this brother has seen some things.
Does he still
You
have...
know what I mean when I say some things.
Does he still have, like, the look?
Yeah,
like,
he looks
you know,
like
He
somebody
talks
that
like
looks
that.
like they worked, as a musician at some point.
Oh, what if he talks like that, too? Honey, what's your dinner?
He looks like a guy that was in metal bands for
Okay.
40
All right, so he looks like an old partier.
Yeah.
He's got to have some great stories.
Well, bro, yeah, you tour the world
Yeah.
for 40 years playing metal. You co-found Anthrax.
Big
You're
in that,
Yeah.
world.
So it's a very interesting story. It's a guy that got to live the rock and roll dream. He played on legendary albums, not only with Anthrax, but other bands.
Right.
He's been in one of the most famous metal bands of all time.
So he's Metal Lou.
Yeah. But now he's just a regular guy. Like, even Lou's still, Lou...
But you wouldn't. But if you didn't know Lou Graham and you just saw that guy walking by, he just looks like a regular older cat.
So to your point, the reality is there are people like Dan all over the greater Rochester area.
Right, don't say all over.
No, it's true. And you bring
Rock
up,
gods walking around.
look, Lou Graham is the most famous.
Oh, yeah, he was a front man.
And as you bring up, there are two generations of Rochesterians who have no idea what Lou did and the impact that he had.
Right.
Folks under 40 walking by him while he's shopping at Wegmans would just see a guy buying Honey Crisps. And you know he likes Honey Crisps.
Oh, sure.
Right? But that man was arguably the voice of rock and roll in the 80s.
He had the greatest voice of pop rock, really.
He brought down the house at MSG. He had a massive solo record, and now he just gets to be a guy.
Right.
And like you say, You know, there aren't a ton of them. You start going down the list. Steve Gadd played drums with everybody. Is on super influential albums.
He's in a ton of my jazz albums.
You wouldn't know.
Right.
If you saw that guy walking out of Salinger's.
Right.
Everyone in the Mangione family.
Yeah.
Right? Chuck.
Well, Chuck's the main one.
Gap.
Yeah. The old man.
Right, yeah. I mean, my mother lived kitty corner to them. Their backyard backed up to my mom's backyard when she was growing up, and she said that there would be world-famous musicians in the backyard just hanging out all the time. Right? And then you have folks that worked on albums at recording studios here in Rochester from artists.
And here's where we start to sink.
Well, no, but I mean, artists from Metallica to James Taylor and everything in between came and recorded influential albums.
You had a Dejalon Studios was here when I first moved here. So that was a big studio here, back in the day.
I mean, and it's every genre. I got to hang out with Talib Kweli when I was just out of high school because he was. Don't start.
Talib Kweli.
As we talk about,
I am sitting in a room where a guy that broke bread with Talib Kweli.
You love Mos Def, and he was in Black Star.
I do like Mos Def.
So shut up. You know who it is, you dick. Don't be a dick. The point I'm making is it's every genre, it's every type of music, it's everything. And by the way,
this is a very musical town. Don't forget with Eastman.
And that's just it. We're talking about these people before we get to the faculty and alumni from Eastman that live here. They've won Grammys. They're regarded as some of the best in their instrument or in their genre or in their field. It is insane for a city of our size to have this many geniuses walking around and nobody has any idea. Think about it.
I know.
No, you're a dick.
And still, we just go out and listen to the Sky Coasters.
The Sky Coasters? Really? Did they take over for the Sky Coasters? Hey, you want to go see Nick and the Noose? Shut up. You're such a dick.
Not a dick.
No, you have no
talent. You started here.
No, I mean.
What is that?
Bobby Banjos from here.
It's also, I mean, we're also in a place where you don't expect to see a lot of, people who are involved in that level of celebrity, I guess. So,
well, it's not Nashville where,
So even if you do see somebody, like you wouldn't even.
I said it right.
Even if you do see somebody and you're familiar with that person and that type of music, you would think, oh, that person looks familiar. But you're just not expecting to see that person walking around.
But I am surprised, like, a guy like that isn't inundated more with fans because of how fans are. So there was an old bluesman that settled here for a while. His name was Sun House.
Okay.
I never heard of this guy. But when we used to
By the way, one of my favorite restaurants to get lo mein.
It might have been his joint, but he was a bluesman, right? I never heard of this guy. So we had some musicians coming in on the old show. They found out that he lived over in the Cornhill area, that area. So they wanted to go over and get permission from the people at the house to get some dirt out of the yard from Sun House's house. I'm not making this up. It's Derek Trucks of Tedeschi Trucks. He worshipped this guy. So him and this other dude got a can of dirt from this guy's house. I go, this is weirder than any religion I've ever heard of. So, like, to that point, I can't imagine this guy, if he's like the monsters of metal, he doesn't have people like writing him letters or wanting to meet his ass.
All right, we're talking about Dan Lilker, and I'm here. You're going to be able to help me out here because, again, when it comes to my musical knowledge, metal is not one of my strengths. But he's one of the co-founders of the band Anthrax with Scott Ian. He spent 40 years of his life touring the world, playing in a bunch of different metal bands.
His liver's got to be shot.
SOD, Brutal Truth. He's lived in Rochester for the last 2 decades. He works at a precision optics company. He's just a guy. He's in his 50s now. And the influence this guy had on the music industry and the music that we play here on this station is, I mean, it's hard to quantify. Right. And he's just a guy. Yeah. You're going to walk past him in Gates at some point. If you live out that way, you're going to have no idea. Let's talk to Jeremy. He's going to be able to help us out. Hey, Jeremy, what's up, buddy?
So I want to sing the praises of Dan. When I went to shows all the time in the late 90s, early 2000s, Dan was always there, just as a spectator, just as a guy watching bands. You knew who he was. You knew the influence he had on metal in those days. And his head was never big, like, do you know who I am? It's kind of hard because he's like 6'6" and he stands above everyone. So, he could be a do you know who I am guy.
The freaks of metal.
He's the nicest dude. And his influence on that music, again, it's not for everyone, but it is pretty solid. I was flying somewhere one time. He was in the airport. We recognized each other, talked for a couple of minutes. He's like, yeah, I'm on my way to Europe. He's just a good dude. He's a really nice guy.
So to Tommy's point earlier, is he's one of these guys that, deep metal heads would see and immediately be like, oh my God.
Yes. Once you see him, you're like, oh.
Are they bigger in Europe than they are here?
I don't know. I don't live in Europe, stupid.
All of a sudden you don't have any information about Europe.
Why would you know
No, because like the Chesterfield Kings here, if they did a bar gig,
Sure, yeah.
you would draw 200 people. They drew 4,000 and 5,000 people in Berlin.
It is nuts, but that's another example.
That's what I'm saying. Is he bigger in Europe?
Yeah, I don't know, man. What do
Oh, no, but Jeremy knows him so well. He knows his height and weight.
It's so funny when people with talent, we talk about them on the show, because you have no talent, you get so unreasonably angry at all of them.
Do you think there's a clique of people in Jupiter, Florida that talk? It's like, oh, you know what Mulet's doing? He used to live here. And then everyone tells, like, who? What? What are you talking about? Listen, one last thing before you let me go.
Yeah, what else are you doing now?
Settle down. Mulet's thing a few Fridays ago was spectacular. You guys did a really great job.
Oh,
there was this guy standing next to me who apparently has your phone number, Pat.
Okay.
And was showing it to everyone. He was blackout drunk.
Okay.
Saying, I used to work with this guy, me and this guy, da-da-da. And he was trying to send you messages in the middle of the show. It was so sad. I mean, I love you, Pat. But this guy was like, yeah, Pat and I and this producer was do this. I mean, the guy he came with, he got so progressively drunk that the guy he came with just left this guy alone because he was annoying everyone.
That might have been our old general manager.
Oh, my God. It was the worst. I hope you hit a tree on the way home. It would have been the best thing
Well, that
for
was
everyone.
fun up until the end, Jeremy. Always great to talk to you, buddy. Have a good
Happy
rest
New
of
Year,
the day.
Dicks.
Bye. There goes Jeremy.
That took a turn.
So going back to the story here with this guy who founded Anthrax with Scott Ian, just living in Rochester as a normal guy. And we talk about all these legends. You know, Lou Gramm, you wouldn't know if you weren't a Foreigner fan. Steve Gadd, the Mangione family. You brought up the Chesterfield Kings, who, I mean, look, unless you're a deep music fan, like you said, the Chesterfield Kings make a living making music touring.
Yes.
Right? And you're right. They would play a bar gig here and a couple hundred people would show up, and you would have no idea, despite, other than the fact that they're wearing the world's tightest pants walking around everywhere.
They did.
They don't have to be that tight, guys. You can wear looser pants and still play rock
Always
and roll.
be selling, baby. Always be selling.
Like, why do you get upset? Because you're, like, legitimately upset that these people exist.
No, it's fine.
And, like,
I just think every town's got somebody.
No, but we have a lot of somebody.
I think a lot of towns have somebodies.
Who?
I don't know. If you went to Flint, Michigan, or Peoria, there's probably guys there that had a ride, had a pulled a move, had a shot at it.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I think every town has that.
I think the musical influence in this town, not only from Eastman, but from the guys that made it out, came back and spread what they had, is bigger than other places.
I think it's about
For the size of the city, you're saying?
Yeah. But, okay, you think it's about the same because, again, like, you can't let other people have talent.
Well,
no, you can
I
have
do
talent.
No, you can't.
I don't think we have an exclusive blend of low-end musicians.
Low-end?
Like, after you go Lou, I didn't even heard of this guy.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm telling you about him.
And he's 6'6", and I never heard of him.
You were saying, Kim?
I was going to say, I mean, I guess, not to Tommy's point, but just to, say, because you're saying, like, it could be the same as other cities. It is weird, though, how it seems like at one point it was really big to the point where we had recording studios that you were talking about. Like, that kind of trailed off.
No,
I mean, do we still have that?
I don't know if Deja Lon's still there.
Well, we still have those
like,
studios.
But like big name, yeah, I guess.
I don't know.
I'm not familiar.
Look, I know when I was in high school, there were still names coming in and out of town because I had buddies that worked over there. And Metallica, what did they record? Kill 'Em All here. Like I said, James Taylor's been here a couple of times. You have folks that make instruments for some of the biggest musicians on the planet. Right here, you never know. I mean,
the House of Guitars was a big influence.
Thank you.
Very unique. And they haven't changed that ad in 35 years.
Why would you have
that
to?
That gorilla's got to be dead.
Shut up. Shut up. I mean, something as simple as the record archive and the folks that they draw.
Yeah.
And then you have someone like, even now, like Danielle Ponder. If you're into like R&B and soul music, she's blown up. She was working as a lawyer here in Rochester.
Danielle Ponder?
Danielle Ponder. You would love her.
She country?
No. I just said R&B and soul music.
But to your point, there are actually a few country, I don't know their names. I'm not big in country, but I think that there are a few people from Rochester that are kind of on their way up in country.
Chesty Jackson, I hear she's blowing up.
Chesty
More ways
Jackson.
than one. Ribs, of course.
Ribs, Arkansas, obviously. Yeah. Look, man, like, just park the fact, the chip on your shoulder.
There ain't no chip.
That you have no talent.
You're chipperoo.
What does that even mean?
You're Chipsy Chip.
Chipsy Chip? I'm opening up for Busty Jackson. Let's go to take a break for a sec. You know, they say new year, new me. Not you. You're still the same old dick. But it seems, Tommy, as you get older, there are things you just decide, not for me anymore.
All right.
Ugh.
Yeah, I'm done with it.
And I think when it comes to this specific New Year's thing, with age comes you deciding not even going to bother.
Yeah.
And we're going to do it next to the break room. 96.5 WCMF. New year, new me.
Let's do it.
Come on, buddy. 3 days in, folks listening are crushing it with their New Year's resolutions. I don't know why you're laughing. It's
Because
not.
you know people are bailing already.
Okay,
Badasses.
whether badasses.
Fat ass.
Excuse me.
Fat ass, bail ass.
But it seems that less people than normal have decided that this year was going to be the year they were going to change something.
So they're just bailing on the resolution before they start.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Just after 9 o'clock, someone in this room is sick and tired of being treated like a second-class employee.
Who's that?
It's not you, because you work 4 hours a day and go home.
She gets treated like a queen.
By who?
Us. We're both scared of her.
Well, no, that doesn't mean
I don't know what look at her.
It turns out that
What?
some people in this building may think Kimmy has a different job description than she actually does.
Well, she's a boss lady.
And it is time now for her, at least according to her, to stand up and say, "Stop it.
All right.
I'm done. Stay away from me."
But it's not probably
Cut
not,
it out.
Is it our fault?
Well, one
I think the
person
harmony.
more than the other.
Bye. We'll get to it.
All right.
Just after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. So this year, according to new research, only 1 in 3 Americans made a New Year's resolution.
So we're just giving up.
But every time, if I were to say 8 in 10 Americans made a resolution, you'd be like, "Oh, you're all gonna fail."
But we're not even like trying to fail. Like at least make an effort to fail.
No, but you think people who make resolutions are stupid.
Yes.
So
Well, at
they
least you're
stopped and you
no,
call
but
them
you're
lazy.
but you're trying.
Okay.
We're not even trying.
So, Kimmy, I see this statistic.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking that the 1 in 3 people that made a resolution all have to be younger people. Because
Yeah, probably. That's when you're more likely to make a change in your life, I would think.
I don't even think it's that. I think
What?
that's at that age, like if you're under the age of like 30, 35 years old, you still believe you have the ability to change something you
have
don't like
hope.
about yourself.
Yes.
Hope. That's the word
and
I'm looking for.
I also think when you're a younger person, you see those changes happen faster, especially if it's a fitness goal.
Okay, but that's just one of many.
Yeah,
right?
sure.
Tommy, tell me if I'm wrong here. The older you get, the less likely you are to make a New Year's resolution
Yeah.
because you know what your limits are.
Yeah. Right.
Is that fair?
Yeah. I mean, the things I have to change is because I have to change things out of my life now out of necessity, not because I'm thinking it's a goal.
Okay.
Like the doctor's going to go tell you, don't do that.
Gotcha.
Because you ain't going to be around much longer.
Okay.
If you do that.
All right. So when's the last time? Have you ever made a New Year's resolution?
Got to stay away from Mr. Salt.
Have
Mr.
you-
Salt's the enemy.
Have you ever made a New Year's resolution?
Well, when I lost weight, but it wasn't like a New Year's when I dropped the poundage.
Okay.
But that was years ago. That's it.
Oh, you've been working out? You losing weight?
Oh, yes. I was a demon back in the day.
Yeah, no. We saw at your event
Yeah.
the pictures of
A
you
lot of
flexing
it,
with
yeah.
no shirt on. Gugh.
A weird amount of shirtless pictures we had to go through.
I'm from the South.
No, they were all from
No,
up here.
yeah.
They were all Rochester shirtless pictures.
Southern roots.
Kimmy, when's the last time you made a New Year's resolution?
I think at some point I will kind of make one in my head, but then it doesn't even make it day one before I'm like, no, I don't want to do that anymore.
Because you're like your old man's like Mr. Fitness.
Okay, when you say old man, you mean my dad or my
Both.
husband? Oh, yeah, but he's always
Very
been like
similar.
that.
You got 2 dreamboats in your life.
You do. 2 sexy pieces of beef.
You got daddy beef and hubby beef.
Ugh.
With a box of Omaha.
Speaking of, when are we getting our sexy fireman's calendars?
Oh, I got one for you guys. You want it?
Yeah, I
Okay.
want it. I'm putting it over my shoulder
okay,
so
all right,
everyone
I'll
can see it
bring
on
it in.
camera on the
Yeah,
live
we'll
stream.
put it up. Yeah.
Well, we're going to each have her shirtless husband over our shoulders.
Dueling bare-chested man calendar.
So, along with this information that only 1 in 3 people in America made New Year's resolutions this year, of the people that made those resolutions, only about 35% are confident they could keep them going.
But when you say keep them going, is it like, because you usually say, was it like 90 days to make a change? Do you even make it, do you count if you don't make 90 days that you still succeeded if you only got to 60?
I guess it depends on what your resolution is, right? Like, I mean, if it's
Most
still,
of it's got to be tonnage, your weight.
I mean, weight is a common one. There's quitting smoking. There's pulling back
Booze,
drinking,
yeah.
right?
Well, I know a lot of people that will feel more inspired to make like a career change the
Oh.
first of the year. Like they'll start looking for something new. Or,
Right.
you know, it'll be more of something like career-wise, like you come off maybe a little time off and you realize I don't want to go back to doing what I was doing.
Yeah. I mean, that's a great point. And I mean, I think we often get stuck on the weight thing too much when it comes to resolution. I mean, it could be something as simple as resolving to spend more time with your kids,
Right.
or calling your mom and dad, or spending time with them more on a regular basis if they're
To
still
listen more, be more patient.
Well, I mean, but that's a good
Personal, it's a
resolution.
fantastic one.
So to your point, like if being patient with other people
Yeah.
is one of your resolutions, I mean, you're allowed to slip up every once in a while and still make progress.
That's true.
And that goes
That's
for
true.
everything, right?
Yeah.
Like if you quit smoking and you have a cigarette 3 weeks in, but you're making progress, that's
All right.
good. Same with losing weight if you fall off the wagon a little bit.
You're moving forward. man.
Exactly.
That's all it's about.
You've made an improvement.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You're such a dick.
I just think we all go back to being ourselves, our true core self.
Except for you, mister. I kept the weight off all these years.
You're not miserable. You're miserable. It's no fun.
I like myself more now than I did when
I don't like you. I never liked you. I bet I like Fat Pat.
Yeah,
Everybody loves Fat Pat.
You like you more, but what do other people? I mean, like, what are the people that spend time with you on a daily basis think?
I don't think anybody has the balls other than this dick to look at me and be like, you were better when you were fat.
But you remember, like, going to holidays right now, right?
Yeah.
You go to these people, all this fabulous food.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll try this. This is a really good celery. What's your recipe? No, it sucks.
Yeah, it sucks. Okay, it sucks. Yes, it sucks.
Yeah, so you're not having fun.
Okay, but I also didn't
Cheese balls are fun.
I also didn't have fun when I was getting naked, caught myself in the mirror.
Right.
Like, that
There's
wasn't
an
fun.
exchange that happened.
Well, you're at the mall.
252 WCMF. Only 1 in 3 Americans this year made New Year's resolutions. Of the people that made them, only about 35% say they're confident they can keep them going, which, by the way, if only 35% are confident they can keep them going, that means 65% have already failed on their
Right.
resolution.
And those
right?
35 are also going to bail or are going to fail. What's the failure rate? So let's say of all your New Year resolutioners out there, who do you think pulls it off long term? What's the percentage?
There are people who
I
do.
have the stats right here.
What is it?
Less than 4%.
No, I think you're not giving people enough credit. Really.
Look at people.
What do you mean look at you?
I don't know.
Like, there are people listening that have made New Year's resolutions, stuck with them, and it's now part of their lifestyle.
All right.
And I think that's part of the rate of success is making it a part of your lifestyle, not just a temporary thing that you're trying out.
Yeah.
You almost have to incorporate it into your daily life. And that's the hardest part.
And going further down the road of, like, you making fun of people, like you're not even trying to fail anymore. Along with the older you get, you're not going to make a resolution because you know your limits. I also think the older you get, the more you realize you don't need the first of the year to make a change, which is the funniest part about New Year's resolutions. It's just an arbitrary day.
It is. It is.
That could be any day. It could be tomorrow. It could be
But
March 13th.
it feels like you're hitting the reset button just on life in general.
Right,
it's
there you go.
just a feeling that you have
Yeah.
where maybe you're just feeling more inspired to start now.
Okay, but
even though you know you can start at any time.
But the cruel little secret of life, every day is the reset button.
Yeah, it is.
When
It
you
is.
wake up, you don't know what's going to happen.
Because it's like when they say, man, I hope 2024 is going to be a better year. It's going to be the same, man. Well, you get the same amount of disasters
some years
and
not so
murders
great.
and everything else. But every year people go, I think this is going to be a better year. To who?
There are
Because some people are going to be good, somebody's going to be bad.
But that's just it. When
Life rolls on, baby. What?
Nothing.
What, 2024, first thing. Hey, Japan had an earthquake.
Some people have a good year. Some people have a bad year. There are people that will have a good year.
But to your point, I don't think it starts on 2024.
Okay.
Good times are happening right now.
Happy times
Yeah.
are here again. Well, we got nowhere on that conversation.
No, we got somewhere.
You're ugly and stupid. You're going to fail. You're not even trying.
You
or
can
you're
start
gonna try.
anytime.
You got a
Sucks.
4% chance of being happy.
Okay.
No.
Let's take a break.
Those are pretty good happy odds.
When you take a job, there is a job description they give you.
Yeah.
And that is what you expect to do.
Yeah, punching bag.
And shut up, you sensitive ass.
Human punching bag. That's why I wore brown today.
They wrote 7 songs about me, and I'm a putz all hurt. I don't like it. Oh no, everybody loved it except for me. Oh no, my wife was singing songs about what a creep I was in the house during Christmas because they were so catchy. Oh no.
That's a true story.
You can download them at WCMF.com right now if you want the entire album. Oh no. When you get that job, you get the job description. That's what
Yeah.
you expect to do for the rest of your career.
Yeah.
But nowadays, after you get a job, you get another responsibility handed to you, and another one, and another one, and another one, until all of a sudden that job that you took is unrecognizable
Yeah,
anymore.
piling up.
It's starting to happen to someone in this room.
Oh, no. It's been happening.
Okay, and you can hear by
It's
the...
been happening.
God. You've been
It's
doing
been happening for a long time.
You've been playing
Pat.
this tune for 8 years.
Look, man, she's got a point on this one. Because,
Like what?
All right, well, I'm going to let her detail what is pissing her off so much and how today, the 3rd of January, 2024.
Oh, is this a resolution?
It must be, because you are saying, Kimmy,
no more.
Ah! And along with this, you say that those big tough guys at work that want to bitch about how weird women can be at the job.
Oh, yeah.
They're the bigger bitches?
100%.
We'll get into it next to the break room. 96.5 WCMF. When you go to work today,
Yeah.
you're going to be responsible for something that is not in your job description.
Yeah, well, it happens to everybody.
It's the way of the world now. But someone in this room is sick, and she's tired of having to handle things that are never, have never, and will never be her responsibility. Yeah. And she says it's because men in the workplace are more scared than women when it comes to dealing with certain people.
Like who?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. We'll jump right into it. If you listen to the break room on a regular basis, you know Kimmy's the one that makes the show go. Without Kimmy, we can't do the show.
The backbone.
Yeah, we've tried to do it 3 times. If you heard the show, you understand why. And it's not just on the air. She actually handles everything off the air, too, including apparently being the representative for Tommy and I to all the guys that work outside the studio. So, Kimmy, you said over the last couple of months something's been happening more.
What happened?
Yeah, more than normal, because I think that this is something that's always kind of been present, but I've, whatever reason, like it's kind of ramped up. People will email me looking for something from one of you.
Oh.
So it's almost like I'm your secretary, and this message I have to deliver the message to you guys personally, because for whatever reason, they can't come down here and talk to you about it.
Even though they're 15 feet away upstairs.
All right, we both got the email.
Yeah, we both have emails. Yeah,
yeah, or
they have our phone numbers.
Yeah, yes, they do.
Some of these guys I've known for years.
Yeah.
Yep. But it's now become my responsibility to answer your emails.
Well, I think that's a testament to your work ethic.
Yeah,
and your drive.
Is it? Is that what it is?
And I think this is what's going to get you to the top. of the
Yeah,
game.
or I get in trouble when you don't do those things
Heavy as the head
because
that wears the
I
crown.
was not pushy enough to get you to do them, because I am apparently
You are
your
pushy
secretary,
enough.
your
Jesus
secretary and boss. I don't know. I don't really know what my title
You
is anymore.
queen push.
Because there was one time where you were supposed to record something.
Yeah.
I reminded you. You left here before you did it.
No, come on.
And this guy came down and asked me why I didn't make you do that.
I forgot.
And I said, I am not Tommy's boss. So you can actually go find him and call him and ask why he didn't record that thing.
Right.
So here's what's strange about this. There was never any directive from anybody to go through Kimmy to get to us.
No.
We're down in the studio, as Kimmy said, just like she is.
Yeah.
And it's not even close to her job to handle our business.
No.
Yet, for whatever reason, these guys, instead of emailing or coming to talk to us or texting us or calling us, go to Kimmy to get what they need from you and I. And, Kimmy, you're sick and tired of it.
More so the anger that comes afterwards if it's not done to their liking. Because again, like I'm just the messenger here. I am not the person that needs to do this for you.
So all of that is frustrating enough. But the most interesting part of this whole situation.
What's that?
Kimmy, you told me the other day, it is just the men.
It's just the men
that work here.
Because we have women that work here that if they need something from you guys, they have no problem coming in the room, popping in, asking you a question, and getting whatever it is they need.
So why is it the men?
I don't know. You tell me. What did you do to them?
Nothing.
Because they're obviously like, I don't know if if they're scared of you, if they're afraid of confrontation with you guys.
We're not confrontational.
Shut up!
It's really strange. It's very strange.
So it's funny. Like there is a woman who works upstairs, and I'm not exaggerating. She's 4'11". She is the most soft-spoken woman you've ever met in your life. And
If she needs something, if she's, she needs an answer fast,
Yeah, she comes right
she'll
down.
come down
She'll
here and
walk
ask.
right in here.
Yeah.
We'll laugh. We'll have a good time with her. Yet these big, strong
Sometimes
dudes.
she brings snacks and stuff.
Yeah, she was pretty sweet. But these big, strong dudes are too intimidated to walk in this room. Ladies not bothered by it by one bit. And it brings
That's a
up
good
this
point.
brings up this question.
What's that?
And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Are men bigger bitches in the workplace when it comes to dealing with other people?
Apparently so.
Well, I mean, is that exclusive to here? Or does that happen in every workplace across the greater Rochester area? When it comes to work relationships, when it comes to work politics, when it comes to asking other coworkers for a favor, are men bigger bitches than women at work?
Yeah, they probably don't have the social skills that women do. Because that woman walks in here, we have a great relationship with her.
Yeah. In fact, I don't know of any women we work with that we don't have a great relationship with. But we never...
That we're aware of.
Yeah, well, I mean, they could not like us,
No,
but I understand.
but one in particular, I email her probably 5 times a month about stuff.
Yeah.
And she's great.
Oh, she's your other secretary?
Ooh.
Am I wrong?
No, she's not. No, but like Breezy works down the hall, no problem popping her head in.
Yeah.
TJ works down the hall, no problem popping her head in. Sandy's good friends with all of us.
Yeah.
Like it's something about
It's the dudes.
It's the dudes. Why?
Well, and they also, so if Breezy walked in here and you made fun of something she was wearing or something she said, she would laugh about it and she wouldn't hesitate to come back in the room because that's what you said.
And she would also insult us after we did that.
There are guys that if they think that they're wearing something that stands out, they will not even come down this hallway, let alone in this room.
Right. And these are
Yeah, they
grown
are.
men.
Yes.
They've raised children.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right? Like, what is going on?
Do you remember that fat boss we had with the big ass legs and he wore those short shorts one day?
That's all of the bosses we've ever had except for Crowley.
This one in particular, we made fun of his legs.
Okay, you're saying we. You.
As a
No, I
group.
was there. I made
You.
fun of his legs.
He never wore shorts again.
Well, hey, we did the world a favor.
Yes, we did. We did the Short Corporation.
Why doesn't anybody
Big shorts, literally and figuratively.
Why doesn't anybody want to come down here and talk to us?
No,
I
but like,
don't know.
listen.
I'm just making fun. It's what we do.
As a dude, if you're wearing shorts like that,
Too
you should.
short for your fat ass legs.
Yes. Like you should expect that. And
Yeah.
we're not doing it because we're mean. We're
Yeah.
doing it because we're having fun.
Yeah.
Fun,
At
jokey
your-
joke time.
At your expense.
So are men more sensitive than women?
I think so. But they don't know how to deal with it. So they just hide. Like if a woman is pissed off or emotional, she'll let you know it.
Yeah.
I think guys will go run and hide. They're like an ostrich, headed in the sand. That the one that puts the head in the sand?
Sure.
Yeah, that one.
Why not?
The bird with the head in the sand.
So Kimmy, what's the solution here? Because it's easy for us to sit here and be like, "Don't be a bitch," but
I don't know. I just, I will pass along your message, but I can't make you two do anything, and I think that's what needs to be known.
okay. But why don't you say this to the? Because I've said for months, like, why don't when these guys ask you for things, tell them to go F
because
themselves?
here's the thing, like they time it out to the point where they'll come down and they'll say, "Oh, did Tommy leave?" Like you didn't know Tommy left an hour ago. Like they'll come down here making it seem like they came down here to speak directly to one of you guys, but they also wait until they know that you've left to do
Nice,
it.
I'm here to 10. 10.
You're not though. You're here until 9:58.
It's like 9:50.
Close to 10.
No, but Kimmy, like when these guys even come down and do that, you can go, "Hey, listen, it's not my job,"
And by the way, I
Yeah.
go upstairs every day to use the bathroom. I pass these guys.
and they never say anything.
Nothing. And I'll say hi.
You know what's funny though?
Right.
Again, 252.
That's not true. Didn't you say somebody hid in the bathroom once to avoid talking to you?
Yeah, that
He's
is
also admitted. Okay, hold on. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Kimmy is sick and tired of everyone coming to her as like our secretaries.
As
Kimmy,
like the spokesperson of the show.
Kimmy is on the same level as all of us. Like we're not. She's not. We're not her bosses. She's not like our producer. Like all three of us, we have the same role.
Right.
We're all equal in this. Yet, despite that, every guy that works upstairs that needs something from you or I, instead of calling us or emailing us or finding us, goes to Kimmy and demands she do it, and she's sick of it. She's done with it. So you're sitting here, Tommy, going, these guys. You kind of do the same thing.
But hide?
You never go talk to anyone about anything,
No.
even if it's something you need.
No.
I can't remember the last time you poked your head in someone's office or pulled a coworker outside of the room aside and talked to them.
It's been years.
In fact, I believe you also hid behind something to avoid a certain individual upstairs.
Oh, I'm a known hider.
Yeah.
Many
Yeah.
times.
Big
Yeah.
coward.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you're also guilty here.
Are you intimidated?
I just don't want to deal, man.
So you are. Well, you won't even say you're intimidated because you're too much of a bitch.
Because I also don't want to have, I also don't want to do stuff. Because, I don't
No,
feel like I
don't
don't.
hide behind that.
Look
You
at
just
you.
don't. You don't want to have a conversation
No.
with this person.
No, I don't. Unless it's funny. We're talking about something like fun.
So is this an age and gender thing? Because, Kimmy, it's the older guys that don't want to talk to Tommy and I.
No.
And I'm an older guy, so we have something in common being old guys.
Yeah.
Ailments, gray hair.
Some of you guys have been in the business
Economy.
together for 30, 40 years.
Oh, yeah. I've known
right?
some of these guys since the day I got here.
You got it. They still go to Kimmy, but you do the same damn thing as you sit here and make fun of him like a
Yeah,
bitch.
yeah.
You bitch ass, shacket wearing, pop collar looking. God, you're such a bitch. What is it? Why? We should be. Men are supposed to be the tough ones. We can handle any situation. The building's on fire. I'm running in and saving that kid, but I won't talk to my coworker when
Yeah.
I need something.
Yeah.
You ain't saving that kid.
Because
What
you
do
don't want to
mean?
look sensitive. You don't want to look weak. You don't want to look sad.
Well, you don't also. They are.
I'd rather
This is
hide.
part of it too. even if somebody doesn't necessarily need something from one of you guys, they also want to come into the room and be the funniest person. And when they are the person that is the subject of a joke, or they're not the most entertaining person in the room, they don't want to be there.
Yeah, but I mean,
because like if you guys aren't here, somebody will come in and make a stupid joke and laugh and think like, I'm so great. But when you two are in here, they're not as
she's right.
They don't show off as much.
She's right. We are awesome.
We are great.
We are great. We're funny. We're handsome.
No, you're not funny. You just mock somebody until they
shut
leave.
Up. We
Well, that's
know
funny.
we're the funniest people here.
Mocking is funny.
And it's not saying much, but we are the funniest people here.
Yeah.
Who's funnier than we are?
Don't
you dare. That's what I
There's
thought.
a couple people down the hall.
That's
kind of funny.
Who?
You know.
Who? Say
She
it.
ain't got nobody.
Say she got nothing. Say
You
it.
know.
Say it. You got nothing. Get out of here.
But yeah, I think that there is part.
Coward.
That's part of it too. Is when they walk in, they want to be the center of attention, and when they're not that, it does prevent that interaction in a lot of group settings.
Okay, so let's talk about that then. If this is a gender thing, and again, Kimmy's theory, having people push all of Tommy and I's like things they need from us onto her, treating her like our secretaries, which is not her job. It's not about intimidation. It's about wanting to be the center of attention if you're a guy at your job, and if you can't be the center of attention, you want no part of it?
That could be. And maybe these boys upstairs want to come down here and get themselves a little Kimmy time.
No, because it's only when they need something.
No, but they wait. They wait.
Yeah,
because
but
there's
it's-
nobody else here. They get your
yeah.
full attention. They want to be funny guy. They want to be showy.
Yeah, but I've seen them do that to other people.
10 years
You know what
ago,
I mean?
maybe. Now?
Like I've been in meetings where
She drank all her Kimmy time away. That's what they say on the break room radio.
You were saying, Kimmy, I'm sorry.
well, no, because I've been in meetings where before certain people show up, some people are very loud and controlling the conversation, and then when other people walk into the room, that person goes back into their shell, and you don't hear much from them.
Okay.
I always thought that was a radio thing because, look, I mean, when we all get along with our on-air coworkers. Great.
We thought we did.
Well, it's not the on-air people, though. The on-air people, we have no problem talking to each other. It's the folks that work upstairs that don't have microphones, right? But I always thought, like, what you described, Kimmy, only happened here because, like, when you have a microphone in front of your face, we all like to...
Oh, I'm not even talking about just you guys walking into the room.
okay.
I'm talking about other, like, certain people, I think. It's really strange.
Now, one thing from the old show we used to do a lot was openly mock people that we worked with on the radio.
Okay.
And that
Like we're doing right now.
No, like by name,
Okay.
like named people.
Yeah.
And what they did, and then call them in and make fun of them and stuff like that. And so that probably also added to the stay away from these jerks because they have microphones and we can't defend ourselves.
Okay.
Because they're gonna weaponize the microphone.
No, but see, like, here's the thing, and this is what sucks the hardest, and now I'm going to jump
your
on.
mom's here? Man, that's so funny when it's on the other
Got that?
shoot thing.
I do.
Shoot guy.
I talk for a living, man. I'm funny. Not so funny when this crutch cargo bucket of sand shoe, huh? I'm going to jump on Kimmy's side now.
Of course you are.
You have ruined the relationships with everyone we work with forever.
Yep.
20 years before we got
Yes,
here.
we did. Yes.
No, no.
But I didn't know it.
No, you're saying we. You. Because even the
But
guys
that's
you
how we
used to
did.
work with.
But this is how we did radio back in the day.
No, it's not. Nobody else did it that way, and it wasn't even funny. That's when everyone tuned out. Why would I care about what a sales guy's wearing that day?
Because his pants were so stuffed up to his crack, it was funny.
Like, no, he's right.
Yeah.
There are people that don't like me that I've never met that used to work in this industry.
Just because we associate with you.
Yes, we're on the show today.
It's guilt by osmosis.
Tosmosis.
Tosmosis.
You're an idiot. You're an idiot.
No, I agree. We got in a lot of trouble and we got sued. I mean, it happened. Yeah. It was a different style of radio. It was just mean. It was very mean radio. Like I've had people come up to me and go, "Hey man, you remember when you Moose did it to me one day? Because you remember when you said that thing?" And I go, "Jesus Christ, man, shut
bring that
up."
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Ann. Ann writes, Kimmy's right. Men don't know how to talk to other people in the office, and you guys get way more intimidated. Women have nothing to lose. Nobody thinks of us much anyway while we're working.
She's right, man.
I've never seen a woman change her demeanor based on who walks into a room, where I have seen men become completely different individuals based on who's in the same room as them.
That's so true.
Okay, but going back to something that Ann just said, and you're right, I agree with you there, Kimmy. She said, Ann saying, we have nothing to lose, nobody thinks much of us at work anyway. But what does that mean to you?
That means because they've been held down.
Oh, here we go.
They've been treated like second-class citizens.
Here we go. Here comes Tommy X. Hold on. Bamboozled. Hoodwinked. No, but wouldn't that
she's
make
right.
you more sensitive?
But I will say, go ahead.
Wouldn't you? Okay, if that's the case, if we're going to take the here comes progressive Tommy again, marching next to Susan B. Anthony, trying to get ladies the right? Like, if I now am in this job and I believe that nobody thinks that I can accomplish what other people do, wouldn't that make you more sensitive to making a mistake or embarrassing yourself?
No, but you don't want to show that you're afraid of anything.
Right,
Okay.
because they're just going to take more advantage of you.
Yeah.
If you have a group of men in a room working, insert one attractive woman into that room. Watch how that room changes immediately.
But I don't think it has to do even.
It becomes show-off time.
But I don't think it even has to do with attractive.
Yeah, I think it's just a new person. Add any new person, a new employee into that room, and it becomes show-off time.
True.
Yeah, because like every dude hates the
But
new
if she's
guy.
got a tight caboose, look out.
For God's sakes.
Well, production's done for the day.
I'm talking to Kimmy now.
Yeah.
Is that what-
Even at the caboose store.
Clippers and things.
Clippers and things.
Like the weirdest paradox of the older employee is, Kimmy, they hate every young new kid that wants to come in.
Yep. But they also want to be the mentor.
Yes, and they want them.
I'll show you the ropes here. Let me bring you around. I'll introduce you to everybody.
It's like cheating on your wife, right? Like when the kid's around, you want to be cool to the kid. You want the kid to think you're cool. When everyone else is around, like, oh, look at that, you damn millennials, Gen Z, whatever he is. And you do it too.
What do I do?
No, that's not true. He does not interact with anybody new. They have to earn their hello.
I mean, there's some
remember?
guys like I can remember back in the day, like they come into work, they got to go to every room and talk.
Yeah,
They got to go to a
you're
room.
right.
Turn on me. I'm on your side.
I wasn't talking about.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Kimmy now.
I actually
I'm
wasn't
talking to the
thinking
important-
about
We
you
used
right
to-
away, but now that you say that.
We used to mock those guys, and then an old buddy of mine turned into one of them guys.
I'm just saying hello to my friends. And when I have friends in here, I'll stop and talk. By the way, you bitch-ass bitch, we sit here for 45 minutes every morning and just make fun of everything by ourselves. Oh, I'm jealous I don't get 50 minutes at pad time because you go and say hi to other people.
I cherish my pad time. Does that make me bad?
Shut up, stupid. Let's take a break.
Please.
Man, are you guys getting tired yet?
Of what? Everything in this room? Yes.
Well, our
2
days,
days back, my ass is killing me.
Our days are slid forward, right? Like some of us get up at 2:30 in the morning. That's when our day starts. You know, others.
I get up early.
You don't get here till
No, I don't.
5 to 6.
You do get up early, but I don't know what you do for
I gotta
all
get
that
rolling.
time.
Get rolling?
I got get to my age and see how long it takes.
If you are someone that gets to work at 8, 9 o'clock in the morning, you're going to start dragging ass. We now know scientifically what time that ass dragging will start.
Okay.
What's funny, though, is one, how long it's going to last, and two, why it's happening. And we'll get into it next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Getting back to work is an adjustment.
Oh, yeah.
Right? There are lots of folks that had last week off.
Hitting that grind, buddy.
And that's before you account for the grind that happens just regularly every day,
Yeah.
right? Even when we're back in, February, March, April, the drag that happens at a certain point of the day. We now know scientifically when it's most likely to happen to you.
When it hits.
Yep, and we know why it's happening, which maybe will be able to help you fight it off.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room. It's just Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. I would like to share something, and I wrote it down. It was so stupid.
What
that
happened?
just happened.
Oh.
Because we're sitting in a commercial break. And if you listen to the show on a regular basis, you know that Tommy just spends his entire commercial break on his phone.
Yep.
So it's quiet in the room. Tommy goes, okay. If I owned a donkey, I would have to buy him at least one top hat.
Yes.
Did you see a donkey in a top hat on Twitter?
Before you got into the room, Tommy and I were talking about donkeys.
I was on Instagram.
I said, I love donkeys.
And there's this site called Precious Donkeys. And it's just people putting up pictures of their donkeys. And a lot of them buy them these top hats. And they strap them on and they let them walk around. So they look like Dapper Donkey.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Question. How many people own donkeys?
I don't know. Enough to get an Instagram
There's
site.
an entire Instagram
Oh, there's
dedicated
multiple.
to...
There's multiple donkey sites. There's multiple goat.
Yeah.
Any baby thing,
Yeah.
there's multiples.
And Tommy will find it.
Yeah.
Do you follow donkey pages?
I follow Precious Donkeys. It's pretty funny.
You follow?
Because you get the donkey of the day.
You're a 60-something-year-old man
Yeah.
with a professional job
Well,
who follows
Precious
precious donkeys on Instagram for no reason other than to look at donkeys.
I'm kind of with them. Donkeys are cute.
They brighten up your day, man.
Yeah.
When if you take a close up of a donkey's face, it's hysterical.
All right.
Put a hat on that son of a bitch.
See, these are conversations that we can have in this room without you and your judgment.
Kimmy, do you follow precious donkeys?
I don't.
Okay, so you're
But
already
I
a step-
will now.
Like I follow a lot of puppy pages, like Cocker Spaniels, Westies.
That's
stuff
fine,
like that.
fine. That's normal.
No
Puppies
hat,
are
though.
normal. Yeah.
Yeah.
Stupid skank Westies won't put a hat on. And like the people that owns Precious Donkeys, the Facebook page is going to be inundated now that we brought it up on the show with follow. What happened? Hey, we hit the jackpot because some creepy 60-year-old man is talking about donkeys
I'm not
and top
touching
hats.
a damn donkey.
You
That's
would if it was here.
You
No.
even had a name for him.
Oh, Dapper. If I had a donkey, he'd wear a top hat, and I call him Dapper the Donkey.
Okay.
That's a great name. I could rent that out at kids' parties.
You want to work in that jacket
All right, kids. Here
This
comes
jacket would
Dapper.
work.
with your face.
I look like Doc Tari.
and your mouth. Nobody knows what that is.
Everybody knows Doc Tari.
Kimmy, what's Atari?
No idea.
It was one of the most popular Atari games in the early 80s. All right, so go enjoy. What's it called?
Precious Donkey.
Precious Donkeys.
The donkey. I think a famous donkey. What was the?
You can't name a single donkey.
Eddie Murphy. Your top donkey.
From Shrek?
Yeah.
The
not a
donkey's
real
name was
donkey.
Donkey, and you couldn't remember the donkey's name.
I don't remember the damn name. Eddie Murphy made millions impersonating a donkey.
But it wasn't a real donkey. It
I
was an
know.
animated donkey.
It would have been cool though. That was a funny.
To have a
donkey.
real talking donkey. It would have been cool to have a real talking
It sounds like
donkey.
Eddie Murphy that has on a hat that I would call Dapper Donkey.
So a lot of folks back to work yesterday for the first time in a week or two.
Yeah.
And with that comes the reminder that work is tiring.
Yeah, it sucks.
Being awake is tiring. And when you're going all day, the body responds in certain ways.
Well, you drain, man.
And that's just it. Which leads you to what everyone knows as the mid-afternoon slump. According to data, we are now able to fight this slump off.
Yeah, you get the Snicker bar.
So first of all, we can tell you now statistically when that slump is most likely to hit. If you have a 9-to-5 job, your midday slump is
Yeah.
coming around 3 p.m.
Okay.
Oh, I had thought maybe earlier.
Yeah.
Well, no, because so the way they lay this out is when you get to work, you're awake, you're energized, you got your coffee, everything's good. And once you get to lunch, that energizes you a little bit. You can look forward to that break of
Okay.
lunch. It's that 5 hours, 4, 5, 6
the
hours
last
between.
stretch.
You got it.
Right.
Lunch and when you get to go home where that slump hits. But on average, that's
Yeah.
where you're looking at it.
So what do I do?
Well, they say there are 3 main reasons why we as Americans have this slump at 3 o'clock every day. And these changes will keep you from having the slump. Are you ready?
All right.
Reason number 1, your caffeine wore off.
All right.
So if you're someone that can tolerate it, another cup of coffee will get you through that slump
Damn
around 3
straight.
o'clock. Okay. 2, you have become bored with your day.
All right.
The study says a lot of people at their jobs, they just do mindless stuff that doesn't, what's the word I'm looking for, get them going anymore.
So the mundane.
You got it. So if you have a job or have a way to keep your job from getting mundane, that's going to fight off the 3 o'clock slump. And 3, you haven't eaten enough.
Oh, I thought maybe you ate too much and then you're lethargic.
I mean, I guess that's also a possibility. What are you doing? Having ribs for lunch?
Oh my God, ribs for lunch, delish.
That would be good. You don't have it.
That's the deep South. I think they have everyday ribs.
Everyday ribs down in Alabama.
So you didn't eat enough.
You got it. Just one of those 3 reasons are the main reasons your battery just dies at 3 o'clock.
So 2 of them is diet. A little coffee, a little chow.
You got it.
Yeah.
Now, they do warn that if you're someone that is going to have an extra cup of coffee around that time, there could be negative side effects to that with the caffeine and health stuff with that. Same with the food, right? Okay. But what they find in this study is that people are so used to having that 3 p.m. slump, they don't look for ways to fix it, right? They just assume that
trying to get to the end.
It's the norm.
Yeah, they just assume, this is what is supposed to happen, when in fact your body is not supposed to react this way. Something is wrong, and you could do something to fix it. There is good news, however.
Good news.
They say the slump that happens around 3 o'clock only lasts on average around 29 minutes.
So less than a half an hour.
Do you guys find that to be true?
No, I would think your slump, once it hits, especially like that late in the day, I would think you just run out the clock.
Yeah.
So
I wouldn't think you get another, second wind at that point.
The theory is the second wind comes when you realize you are only 90 to 60 minutes away from getting to go.
So you see a
home.
light at the tunnel.
You got it. A light at the tunnel, not at the end. A light for a
Well,
tunnel.
that end.
Hey, look at that tunnel over
One
there.
of the ends got light.
They got a light in that tunnel.
I will know. I mean, that could also mean once you hit that point in the day, I've noticed people start getting more social. You know what I mean? So maybe that wakes you up a little bit because you're kind of you're more likely to walk around, kind of wrap up your day with coworkers.
It is kind of funny how we've all just accepted that at some point in our day, whenever you started, right, there's going to be a point where your battery just
you hit a wall,
dies,
right.
But
I always figure that's natural. Like you're supposed to hit a wall. That's your body saying, "All right, we've had enough."
I'm with you, but the way that things go now, your body can't have enough.
Some jobs you can't hit a wall. You got to go through.
Exactly. And, you say that, but even people that have those jobs where you're not supposed to hit a wall, you hit a wall.
True.
You know what I mean? I mean, it's not good for what you're doing, but it happens. It never crossed my mind until I saw this study that there was something that could be done to get you out of being run down at 3.
Okay.
The funny part of this is, despite the fact that there are solutions to what everyone goes through.
And they're pretty easy fixes.
Nobody's going to do it.
No.
Not a single person's going to do it.
Just blame it on the job.
Well, I drink so much coffee anyway, it wouldn't even make a difference.
Yeah, like you could drink a cup of coffee and go to sleep and dream about donkeys with top hats on. What's the name of that donkey? Oh, yeah, Donkey. But, there's also problems in the solutions, right? Like, if you work at a place that doesn't have coffee, you'd have to go out and get a cup of coffee or have it delivered.
Bring it to work.
You got it. They say make your job non-mundane. There are some jobs that are just mundane.
That's the job. You can't change your job.
What do? Make a game out of it?
Yeah.
And, if you got to eat something, well, that also costs money, right? Maybe I can't afford to bring a snack to work or buy something out of the vending machine. Maybe the vending machine doesn't have anything good in it. They're all out of Slim Jims. I mean, it's just something that we've decided we're going to deal with.
Deal with the slump.
It's a part of life.
You got to live with it.
But it's such a it's the most miserable part of everybody's day.
Yeah. The mid-afternoons.
Right?
Yeah, it always sucks.
Like, it should be something we're all trying to deal with. But we've accepted it.
Maybe we take a break.
A siesta?
Yeah.
I mean,
they do it in other countries.
Yeah.
Where they work later, they eat later, but they take a midday break.
We're one of the only countries that doesn't have it.
Yeah. Like Italy's big on that, I think.
A lot of Europe's big on it.
Yeah.
Like, even when we went to England, I don't know if you heard I went to England.
Did you go to England? Wait, the England, not the
really
new
slacking
England.
on this.
What happened?
There were places that closed for an hour in the middle of the day, and I didn't see that coming. I didn't know that England had that break in the middle of the day.
I know Mexico's got it.
So England and Mexico.
Yeah.
Got that going for it.
Well, they say England is the Mexico of Europe.
But I do wonder if we're so conditioned to just get through it, get to the end of the day, that how many people would actually want to make that adjustment? Because maybe you may feel, because you've worked this way your whole life, that's just prolonging the end of my day. How am I supposed to enjoy this little break in my day if I know I got to go back and work until 7, 8 o'clock?
Okay.
So you could be like, you couldn't do this anymore. But like my old man, he was always in sales, so he's always out on call, right? So middle of the day, he could do whatever he want. So he used to go fishing sometimes. We lived in Florida. He used to go for a swim. He'd go for a sauna. He'd go for a walk. But nobody knew, but he could energize his day and then come back. So he could take an hour. He used to go swimming in this place called Lake Worth.
Okay.
Change his clothes. Keep a towel in the car.
Ah, the life.
Put the suit back on. and go back to work.
And but even when he went back to work, what was he doing?
Selling. But like
Okay.
he was sold. So like as long as the sales were there, they didn't care.
And that's just it. Like,
But he energized his day.
And I know it sounds crazy, but it only sounds crazy, Kimmy, because we don't do this in our culture.
Right.
That's
But
what I
he
mean.
wasn't
It would be-
supposed to do it. He was sneaking up, but nobody could find him.
I wonder if this applies to people that have more flexible jobs, like people that work from home. Like, I just think there are more ways that maybe you could motivate yourself, change up your routine if you weren't stuck in a certain setting.
See, I found the opposite. When we were forced to do the show from home for those couple of months, my slumps were worse at home because I didn't have the face-to-face interaction with you guys.
Yeah. But you
know what I
also
mean?
had everybody else at home, too.
I did have
You know, I think that changes it.
I guess what I'm getting at here is we talk about this mid-afternoon slump, the things you do to change it. Despite that, we're just going to keep doing it because that's what we've always done, right? Like, you know, we had this discussion for a long time, a couple of times here in the show the last couple of years, about the 4-day work week and how there are places in Europe and a couple of cities in America that experimented with it and found that one extra day off, getting Friday or Monday off, and not doing any extra work the rest of the days, those people became more efficient, those employees, and they got more work done in that short amount of time than they did in the 5 days. Yet, despite the research and the overwhelming proof that that makes every business more efficient, it's not happening.
No.
Like, we're so set in our ways. Even rock solid proof that this is better for the company, that this is better for you as a human being, doesn't change a thing.
No, it doesn't. No.
So nothing's going to get done.
No, so enjoy your slump.
Sucks, man. You know, I mean, I love this country, but we end up in the one country where I don't get a nap.
Yeah, you got to push through blah o'clock.
Blah o'clock.
That's what it is. You got to figure it's blah o'clock.
We come back, we wrap it up, we find a donkey with a top hat next here in the break room on CMF. It's going to be a rapperoo.
Howdy-ho, hub day rapperoo.
For Wednesday Break Room CMF, tomorrow's a Thursday. You know what that means.
Oh, it's time to start. First of the year, bitching it out.
That's right. Bitch Voice Theater coming at you just after 7 o'clock. We're going to jump to Friday real quick because it will be, up to this point, the biggest football Friday we've had all season long. You've had a couple of weeks off to rest your brain to make your picks.
And I've been watching.
Bills, Dolphins, Sunday night in prime time, live right here on 96.5 WCMF. If you want to watch the game, you can go hang out with Kimmy.
Lady K?
Miss K, that's right. She's going to be hanging out at the Bill Grace Tap Room in Brockport.
Yep.
So 3 heads on tap, delicious beer. You got fantastic food.
Yeah.
So go hang out with Kimmy, watch the game there out in Brockport. And as we know, this game could be everything. And we'll know by the time kickoff starts.
Yeah.
The Bills could have the 2 seed and arguably their easiest route to a Super Bowl they've had in the McDermott era. They could be completely out of the playoffs.
That's insane.
And everything in between. We told you this morning that Vegas has the Bills, despite the fact that they have yet to lock up a playoff spot, as the second. They have the second best odds to make the Super Bowl from the AFC behind only Baltimore.
Oh.
So even Miami, who was everyone was in love with them all season, they're now 4th behind Buffalo and Kansas City and Baltimore.
Yeah.
So we will have all that stuff on Friday. Tomorrow, however, I tried to warn y'all.
About what?
I tried.
About what?
There is a new project that is going to be happening in the South Wedge.
Oh.
Do you remember a couple of days ago? We've been talking over the last couple of weeks, I guess.
Yeah, buddy.
Banks going away.
Oh, yeah. What do you put in the old bank building?
You got it. Yeah. And as we started having this discussion, we realized there are more buildings that are kind of not needed anymore that are unique buildings. One of those would be churches.
Yeah.
Right? Like this town has a ton of churches.
That are empty.
That have emptied because 1, people stopped going to church. 2,
old.
Kind of had to sell the church because bad stuff happened.
Right,
you need the money to settle stuff. You got all that stuff.
A lot of stuff.
There is a church in the South Wedge that has been empty. Problem is, it is on the National Registry of Historic Places.
Okay.
So you can't do anything to knock it down. You needed to find something to put in that church, and a man believes he has found it.
Great idea.
It's not.
The idea is not good?
No,
it's a weird idea.
No, Kimmy, this is going to crush. This is going to be unbelievably successful.
Fantastic.
And it's because guys like you, Tommy, and guys like me, and guys that are listening to this show have wives that are going to be handing money hand over fist to stay here.
I'm actually surprised you haven't experienced this before.
What?
Well, this one hasn't opened yet.
No, I know, but it's something similar. It's the same idea.
No, I have.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it hasn't been a church, but it's always buildings similar to this.
Right.
It wasn't a hotel to begin with, but we turned it into a unique,
high-end
boutique hotel.
Ooh.
Does the idea that it was once something so sacred kind of freak you out a little bit?
It does to me.
Maybe not so much like creep you
Well,
out,
if
but
you're a
just
deep
make
believer.
you rethink some things.
I don't even think it has to do with the religious belief. I think it's just the idea of being in this place.
Like what it was supposed to be.
So this isn't the first time. So remember that really famous club in Manhattan, the Limelight? It was really big in the 90s.
Oh, yeah. Rush opened it up.
Everything's got a goddamn joke to you.
Boom, 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 boom.
But this Limelight was like after Studio 54 was like the Manhattan club where all the celebs went. It was a church.
Okay.
It was an old church that they turned into this like high-end nightclub. And you know what's going on in a high-end nightclub in the 90s in Manhattan.
And look, there are other churches.
Businesses.
That have been turned into other businesses, which we'll talk about more tomorrow. But it's this idea that will be the bane of the existence for men across the greater Rochester area because now it's right in our backyard.
But it is weird to go
stay
in your house, go to another house where driving. You know, it's not a vacation, really.
That's the brilliance of the scam of these boutique hotels.
So it's almost like a staycation.
Yes, it's not about, Tommy, where you're going. It's about staying in the place.
Okay.
It's a unique experience.
It's not a unique experience. It sucks.
Man, sleeping on them pews.
We'll get to that. By the way, wasn't that what they used to call having sex with your mom? Sleeping on that pew? Pew. Ooh, what is that? Oh, it's Tommy's mom. That and more. Tomorrow, here in the break room on CMF. For Kimmy, who cannot wait to meet all of you Sunday night with this Bills game in Brockport. Bill Grace Tap Room. For Tommy, who his controller became unplugged for a second as he leaned over his chair. My name is Pat W. We will see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.